Good evening, councillors, and for those watching by webcast. As per clause 6.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice, in the absence of the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor will preside at the meeting. Deputy Mayor Smith will assume the chair for tonight's ordinary meeting. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Welcome everybody to the 10th of August 2020 Central Coast Council ordinary meeting. I acknowledge we were to hold the meeting in person in the Wyong Chambers. However, due to rapidly evolving events in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it was agreed for everyone's safety to conduct tonight's ordinary meeting remotely. I remind our viewers we are still bound by a public health order that currently restricts large gatherings in confined spaces and requirements in physical distancing. Council have a responsibility to ensure our community, our staff and our councillors are safe, and that includes creating a safe environment. This situation is evolving and one that we'll continue to be monitoring in consultation with our staff and our councillors. Our priority is the safety of our community, our staff and councillors. It is with that in mind that we monitor the circumstances week to week and consider all factors. Restrictions are changing and at a rapid rate. For these reasons, please ensure you remain up to date with current information through federal and state government websites. For council-run facilities and events, please check our website. Being COVID-19 safe is everyone's responsibility. Please play your part by ensuring you practice physical distancing, good hand hygiene, and stay at home if you are sick. Avoid crowded places that would limit you being able to physically distance yourself from others. If you are in a crowded place, for example on public transport, take precautions and wear a mask. Thank you. I will now hand over to the CEO, Gary Murphy, to run through some specifics of the meeting tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight's ordinary council meeting will be conducted remotely. This is in accordance with the amendment to the Local Government Act 1993, Section 747A, COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions, Clause 1A1. This amendment commenced on the 25th of March 2020 and has been put in place for a period of 6 months, but can be extended to a period of 12 months to ensure the safety of councillors, staff and the public. Councillors, you're still required to adhere to the relevant policies and procedures, including Code of Meeting Practice and Code of Conduct. I note that councillors have been provided guidelines on how the ordinary meeting will be conducted tonight, but for those attending via a webcast, I would like to advise the following. Councillors will be required to move or second an item by way of showing of hand, indicate they wish to speak on any item by showing of hand. Once identified, the councillor will have 3 minutes to speak when the chair calls on them. Ask questions by showing of hand, and if required, the relevant executive leadership team member will become visible for the question to be asked or responded to. I note that questions are required to be put succinctly and without debate. For any other items, showing of hand is required. Remain visible during the meeting. If they're no longer visible, they will be determined to have left the room. Voting will be conducted by a show of hands, and the chair will call off the names for and against. Councillors will be asked to keep their hand visibly raised for the vote. Those councillors or staff who have pecuniary interest on items will be removed from the webcast during discussion and returned once completed. If there are any technical issues during the meeting, the chair will be advised accordingly and provide those in attendance an update. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I remind councillors and staff that this meeting is being recorded and webcast, so please be mindful of what you say. Please make sure you turn your electronic devices to silent and ensure that you are free from any interruptions, as it will make it hard to hear what is going on. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay my respects to elders past and present. Councillors, I note that Councillor Marquette has sought and was granted a leave of absence. He has since withdrawn that request and is attending the meeting tonight. I also note that Mayor Matthews submitted a leave of absence for tonight's meeting. Are there any other apologies or requests for leave of absence? If you could indicate by a show of hand. No? Thank you, councillors. Do I have a mover and a seconder to move the recommendation that the apologies be noted and leaves of absence be granted? Move Councillor Holstein, second Councillor McGregor. All in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you, unanimous. Councillors, moving on to disclosures of interest. Do I have any disclosures of interest? I note that I have the following councillors have indicated: Councillor Holstein, Hogan, Greenaway, McLaughlin, Vincent, McGregor, Burke and Sundstrom, and myself. So I'll just go through that list one by one. Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Declare on 2.1 a significant non-pecuniary interest. Reason being that one of the landowners is the landlord at my wife's business. 2.2, significant non-pecuniary interest, as my two employers, not-for-profits that actually lease buildings from council. 2.4, significant non-pecuniary interest in regard to the item 2.4, the stadium strategy, as one of the main hirers actually employs my daughter. That is all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 2.2, consideration of submissions and adoption of facilities leasing and licence policy. I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest on that because my employer uses one of council's facilities. Item 2.3, community support grant program, a non-pecuniary, significant non-pecuniary interest on that, as I know most of the grant recipients. However, on 3.6, working together, staying strong COVID grants, I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest on that one, as I work with most of the grants recipients. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Councillor Greenaway. Let me just unmute you. Yes, Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in relation to item 2.2, just by virtue of the fact that I know some of the community members that might be impacted by the policy. I will remain in the chamber because that's a very minor conflict.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Councillor McLaughlin. Just a moment, Councillor McLaughlin, just need to unmute you.
Sorry. Yeah.
There.
Yes, item 2.2, I'll declare a pecuniary interest in the leasing and licensing, as I did have negotiations with the former Wyong Council, and I understand this council has picked up all former resolutions. So I'll leave the meeting and won't vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I've got two conflicts of interest to declare. Firstly, on 2.2, the facilities leasing and licensing policy, I'll declare a less than significant...
Trying to unmute. Sarah, are you trying to... Sorry, Councillor Vincent.
Okay. Declare a less than significant non-pecuniary for the reason that the report references the scouting organisation, which I have family who are members. I'm able to participate in the discussions and voting on this matter because my family are not directors and they do not hold committee positions within the organisation. The second one is item 3.7, which is the Youth Strategy Progress Report, and I'll declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest there because schools are referenced within the report fairly extensively with the youth strategy, and I have children who attend local schools. Once again, I'm able to participate in the discussion and the voting on this matter, as this is a region-wide report and not a specific school report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest on item 5.4 as it pertains to the Joint Regional Planning Panel, for which myself and Councillor Burke attend for a fee when we are representing the council as delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A conflict of interest, significant pecuniary on 5.4, as Councillor McGregor mentioned, Joint Regional Planning member, and I'll be leaving the meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Sundstrom, do you want to just say, there you go.
Have you got me now?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Thanks, Madam Chair. I will be declaring on item 5.4 also the notice of motion on local planning panels, changes to operations. This matter might delve into matters relating to the joint regional planning panel. I'm an alternate for that panel, and appearances on the panel attract a fee, although I haven't appeared in the last 12 months. While there's life, there's hope. And so I'll be declaring, and I won't be remaining in the virtual chamber for that matter.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick disclosure, it's for 2.2, less than significant and non-pecuniary, just with relation to being a former board member on Coast Community Connections. It does not impact my transparent decision-making ability, so I will be staying in the chamber for that. 2.2, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Pillen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to declare less than significant and non-pecuniary on 5.3, please. Probably should have been in the earlier section, but I was late to the meeting due to technical difficulties being in Sydney. So with the speakers, I do know both Justin Hickey and Kieran O'Doherty that spoke both for and against the motion tonight, and also just being a resident in Womble, and I'll less than significant, so I declare to stay in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. Councillor Best, were you signalling that you had a declaration? Councillor Best, let me just get your microphone off.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tom, I'd like to declare a, I think I'll go pecuniary. Got to be a little careful here in this day and age. A pecuniary in the got to apologise. I've got a few screens running here. In the community facilities policy, whichever number that is, your chair.
Item 2.2, Councillor Best.
Perfect. 2.2 on 29. I'll declare a pecuniary interest in that as the organisation I run leases the premises from council, and I think I should put that on the record. And also, I would like to declare on 3.7, which is the Youth Strategic Planning Report. I'll declare a an insignificant conflict on that, and the basis of that is that I'm the general manager of the largest employer of youth on the Central Coast, and we have a significant hand in this policy setting. So I think it'd be important that I declare that. So happy to do those two. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. And councillors, I will just declare on item 2.2, the facilities leasing and licensing policy, a less than significant and non-pecuniary interest. I work for the Department of Education, and they do lease facilities from council. However, that is managed through an assets team, I think in Sydney or Newcastle, so I'm not directly involved in that in any way. I will just note, and it's not as much a declaration, but I will just note that I am also an alternate on the regional planning panel. However, have only participated once a couple of years ago, and as that matter regarding local planning panels is strategic and it's about process, it's not about a particular item, I don't believe that I need to declare on that. I will also note in item 5.2, it makes reference to the Community Environment Network, and just to remove any perception, I won't be declaring on that. It has been some time since I held a management role in CN, so I no longer declare a conflict of interest unless there is a direct benefit to that organisation where there may be a perception of bias, but that's not in the case in that item. So with those declarations and notes, do I have a mover to accept those declarations? Move Councillor Gale, seconded Councillor Hogan. Sorry, Councillor Pillen, you needed to speak. Councillor Pillen. Yep.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add to that 5.3. Sorry, I was just thinking in regards to that Wamberal Board Riders. My son is actually a member of the Wamberal Board Riders. I noticed the boys that spoke belong to the club as well, and they are noted as stakeholders. That particular motion is now going to be amended later on this evening and taking out the names of the stakeholders and just making it purely stakeholders. But I just wanted to flag that my son is a member of Wamberal Board Riders, but it's insignificant and non-pecuniary, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pillen. So on that note, do I have a mover to accept those declarations? Move Councillor Gale, seconded Councillor Hogan. All in favour, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Councillors, let me just see where I'm up to. Confirmations of minutes of the previous meeting. So item 1.2, confirmation of minutes. Do I have a mover to adopt the minutes of the council meeting held on 27th of July? Move Councillor Holstein, seconded Councillor McGregor. All in favour, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Thank you, that's carried. Next item 1.3, notice of intention to deal with matters in confidential session. So I note that we have one item to be dealt with in closed session, item 6.1, Central Coast Airport Review, Phase 2 Final Report. Do I have a mover of the motion that is on the screen? Move Councillor Burke. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Seconded Councillor McGregor. Councillor Best, are you seconding or speaking? Councillor Best. Just hold on, Councillor Best. We haven't quite got you yet. There.
I keep unmuting and you keep trying to unmute me, so I'm unmuted twice.
Okay, how about you let me drive and we'll be all good.
God bless you. Unmuting me twice could be dangerous. You've got a mover in a second. Do they want to make any comment? Because I wish to speak against it, if I may, please.
Thank you, Councillor Best. So I think that was moved Councillor Holstein, was that correct? And seconded Councillor Burke, you moved that, did you?
I didn't mean to move it, so I'll withdraw that, Madam Mayor, as a mover.
All right, thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor McGregor, are you still putting your name to the motion? So are you happy to move that way? And I'll see if I've got a seconder for you. Is there a seconded Councillor Holstein? Councillor McGregor, did you want to speak to that at all?
Just briefly, I don't ordinarily move for things to go into confidential, but we are fully aware of the stuff. Don't laugh at me, Councillor Best. You don't even have the call. Okay, you can mouth things all you want, but no one's listening as usual. I don't usually move things. The staff have recommended that we do this. The reasons for that have been quite clear. I do hope to see this report as on the council website, unredacted, etc., etc. And I'm sure that the staff will be able to do that. At the last meeting, they said they could do that within 2 weeks. So it's not a matter of trying to hide things from the public like Councillor Best is going to say. All this information should be in the public, but for this point in time, until that there can be a redacted version, it needs to be dealt with in confidential.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Holstein, did you want to speak as seconder of that motion? I'll just get, no, you're right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Best, do you want to speak on this?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Madam Chair, sorry, apologies, although you never know. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor might have a point there that nobody's listening because, you know, if they'd been listening, North Entrance wouldn't have been swept away. But look, Madam Mayor, Chair, this issue is highly significant to the community. There's been a whole range of comments over some protracted period of time now, councillors, with innuendo the order of the day on the back of those comments. And one can go back on all our recorded meetings and points of order can be raised right now. But if you go back on them, as I have, and I'm collecting data, as we all do, and it shows quite clearly that there has been a bit of a systematic suggestion that something was wrong in the former council with the staff. And I take great exception to that. And this report that we're dealing with tonight, which is about 370 pages, and I have a few bookmarks in it for later, it costs $68,474.70 for our ratepayers to pay for. That's what that report cost us, the one we're going to put into confidential tonight. That report, and of course it's confidential, and I obviously have to choose my words, but quite clearly in a general sense, it completely exonerates staff and moves forward with everyone doing the right thing. I think that should be placed on the public record. I think we should support our staff, current and former, that are in our community right now, that live in our neck of the woods, to say to them that everything that they did was completely and utterly above board. Now, when Mr. Murphy moves on and the future comes to us, and some of us are still here, we should defend him equally. With any other director that moves on, we should defend them equally. If we are in receipt of information that indicates that they have done their job without fear or favour, professionally and properly, we should not sweep stuff under carpet. We should put it out into the public arena so the public can enjoy it and understand it and appreciate it. This Councillor McGregor suggests isn't normally sweeping things under the carpet and putting things in confidential. Look, I've been in a few councils now, councillors, and this council, outside its mantra of probity, transparency and good governance, I'm sorry, councillors, you just got to look at the history book and have a look at where you are now when it comes to sweeping things under the carpet. And this should not go under the carpet tonight. This should be put out in bright lights, and the staff should be proud of the outcome that has now vindicated their professionalism. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Are there any councillors, any other speakers on this item? Councillor Holstein, I'll go to you. Councillor Holstein.
Yep, sorry, Madam Mayor, have you got us there?
Yes.
I just lost it for a minute. Look, I understand where Councillor Best is coming from, and I concur with some of his comments, but in supporting the staff, as we should, it is the staff's recommendation that initially we deal with this in confidential, and that's what I'll adhere to at this stage until I hear what's got to be said and a few questions asked in confidential. Where it goes from there, well, that's to be seen. But I understand his sentiments in having this out in the public arena, but the staff recommended into confidential, and I'll adhere with the staff's initial recommendation at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Other speakers? Councillor McLaughlin and then Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I have to agree with Councillor Best. Ever since I've been elected and leading up to the election, all I ever heard was conspiracy theories about the airport and how everything was dealt with behind closed doors. The terrible Eaton administration didn't communicate with anybody, and so once again we have an opportunity to actually put on public record what a $68,000 report actually says. And I did ask in the briefing, I said to them, is there anything in this report that needs to be referred to ICAC? Because all I've ever heard about is conspiracy and corruption, and it plainly said there was nothing to be reported. The staff were exonerated, and there was no smoking gun. So why do we need to put it in confidential? Why can't we just for once put something on the airport? One of the other things that was brought up in that briefing was lack of communication there was lack of communication with the community, lack of consultation with the community. So once again, here we are, airport matter, $68,000 report. We're going to go into confidential. It just the public are over it. They want to know what's going on. So I would normally go with the staff recommendation, but in this case, I think we just need to air the laundry and get over it and move on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a bit concerned that some of these speakers may have missed the point. I'm not voting for it to go into confidential either, but my reasoning for that is we did ask, I think it was Ms Sullivan earlier this week, about when the redacted version at least will be made public, and it's only going to be a week or two. So I just think have it out in the public domain with a few redactions before we debate it. So I'm not going to put it in, I'm not voting for it to go into confidential. And also previously I have asked, is it possible if people do want it in confidential and other people don't, that we let the ones who don't want it in confidential debate it, and they just have to be concerned for what they're saying. And if they feel confident that they're going to be able to debate it without treading on any landmines, well, that's a judgment for them to make. Then after they've spoken, if anyone wants to speak in confidential, is that an option that we could move to confidential then? But I'm not going to support this going into confidential. I think it shouldn't be debated until the public's seen it. I don't know how redacted it will be, but certainly they should have it before we debate it, in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Are there any other speakers? Councillors, I might just make a couple of comments. I'll be supporting it going into confidential at this point in time, as that is the recommendation of staff. I would just comment that Councillor Best and Councillor McLaughlin have portrayed it as if it doesn't highlight any concerns, but I think there were some process matters that do need some consideration. And I also note that the recommendation is that a redacted version does become available. Thank you, councillors. Councillor McGregor, did you need to close on that matter?
Madam Mayor, my questions weren't answered.
Sorry, Councillor Greenaway, what were your questions?
I was asking whether it's an option for the people who don't want it to go into confidential to debate it before we put it into confidential. Is that something that can be done procedurally?
Let me just see through the CEO to Ms. Sullivan.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Council needs to determine whether to debate the item in confidential session. It would be odd, I think, to debate it in open session and then choose to debate it in confidential session, unless Council perhaps found itself moving into territory that it did deem was confidential. So it is possible that you could start the debate of the matter in open session and just note that if something came up that ventures into strictly confidential territory, that Council could resolve to consider that in confidential.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Councillor Greenaway?
Can I just suggest we attempt to go down that path, and the people who are happy that they're not going to step on litigation landmines can say what they like, and other people who are a bit more mindful might want to speak in confidential. So it just lets them have their say. Might be the perfect solution, might be a disaster, but I just think if they want to speak on an item that the staff have recommended be confidential, that's a matter for them.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Councillor McGregor, I'm back to you to close debate. Sorry, I'm just trying to unmute. No, debate is closed. Councillor Best. Councillor McGregor.
In closing, I'd just like to note that the reasons for this being in confidential have been made quite clear over the preceding weeks. It's already been discussed at multiple briefings and pre-agenda things. Something goes into confidential if there are legal aspects which can be tricky to navigate, and that's the reason why the staff recommend it for that, or if there's commercial in confidence or any sort of contracts or anything like that. It's not a matter of sweeping things under the rug or any of the kind of aspersions that have been cast by some of the former speakers. As I said, I would be quite happy for this to be out in the public domain. I look forward to it being in the public domain. And I'm quite concerned that some of the former speakers said, well, there's nothing that had to be referred to ICAC, so there's nothing wrong. If that's a benchmark for the success of a council's activities, that's quite concerning that some people see that as a good integer of success. So that's why I'm following the staff recommendation and moving for it to go into confidential. And like I've said repeatedly, I look forward to this information coming out in public as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillors, I'm putting the motion moved by Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Holstein, and that is for the item to be discussed in confidential. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Burke and Councillor Smith. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Councillor Marquette, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Best, Councillor Greenaway and Councillor McLaughlin. Declare that motion carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move to the next item. So we're looking at items by exception. So councillors, we will now move to the procedural motion to deal with items by the exception method. The exception method is where some items of business are resolved as a group and in accordance with the recommendations in the business paper. We already have items identified by councillors for debate, and they are as follows. So I will read those out. So those items are item 2.1, deferred item proposal to purchase land known as the Davistown wetland. Item 2.4, Central Coast Stadium business strategy. Item 3.7, youth strategy progress report. Item Councillor Best, did you have a procedural? Yes. Just a moment, Councillor Best. For some reason, we have trouble unmuting your...
You keep double unmuting me, but I'm already unmuted first time around, and then you ask me a second time and I have to do it twice. So let me do it once and we'll get on with it.
Well, how about you don't do it at all, and that way we'll make
Well,
it
I have to. It comes up blue, and all right, I won't do it next time.
Councillor
We'll see how it goes.
Best,
Thank
what was
you,
your
Mr. Murphy. Your question is to Mr. Murphy on procedural. Mr. Murphy, I'm watching the live stream on my other machine here, and I note that in the right-hand column there are no community comments running, Mr. Murphy. I noted 300 comments during the Womberall debate, and there's nothing running on the right-hand side of my screen. Could you please explain to us why this open and transparent council is not running community comments tonight, please, Mr. Murphy? I believe that's procedural, Madam Mayor. That's about governance and transparency.
I think we'll come to that after I finish going through the exception method, Councillor Best. So if I can just go back to this, we were looking at item starred for debate. So I think, no, Councillor Best, I'm just going to finish this. Item 3.7, Youth Strategy Progress Report. Item 5.1, Notice of Motion reporting on councillor attendance. Item 5.2, Notice of Motion War Act repeal and declassification of airport contract damages. Item 5.3, Notice of Motion Womberall North Entrance artificial reefs to the rescue. Item 5.4, Notice of Motion Local Planning Panels changes to operations. Item 5.5, Notice of Motion options for a dedicated mountain biking facility. Item 5.6, Notice of Motion Broadwater Hotel site in Man Street, Gosford. And item 6.1, Central Coast Airport Review, Phase 2 Final Report. Councillors, were there any other matters that councillors were wanting to debate? If I could just have a show of hands. All right, I'm not seeing anything. You've got another item, Councillor Best, to put on the debate list.
Oh, got it right that time. Well done.
Councillor Best.
You did 5.2, is that correct? The War Act repeal?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that clarification, councillors, we have confirmed those items. So I will take a motion that those items that are not listed for debate go through the exception method in keeping with the recommendations in the report. Move Councillor Vincent, seconded Councillor Gale. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor McLaughlin, what are you doing? Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. All right, councillors, Councillor Best, I will just invite the CEO to address your previous question. Mr. Murphy, were you able to respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Councillor Best, you are correct that at the last council meeting, the staff became aware that there were a number of comments logged during the live stream of the ordinary meeting. I'm not aware that this has happened previously. Upon being made aware of this, the facility was disabled, as our intent has always been to disable the comments, because we can't moderate and respond to any comments in the forum. Once the live stream has ceased, those comments disappear. So that's the reason why we do that. We've also had a look at a number of other councils who follow the same approach as well.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Councillor Best, what are you requiring at this point?
Mr. Murphy, can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Murphy, there was 313 people on the live stream at the Womberall discussion.
Councillor Best, we don't have anything on the floor that is relevant to your discussion.
Well, the relevant is that I've raised a procedural and you didn't let me do it, and I nearly pulled dissent on you, but I waited. And now I'd like to ask, with your consent, to ask Mr. Murphy how we've arrived at that. We are the collegiate body of decision makers. Were we engaged? Were we consulted, Mr. Murphy, with our community who want to make comment on matters running and now they can't in this transparent council,
Councillor
Mr.
Best,
Murphy?
I'm not going to
Mr.
accept
Murphy,
that
so
as
you're not going to
procedural.
well, it is procedural because it's an electronic transfer of information, and we are shutting it down.
It relates to nothing in our code of meeting practice, so it's in no way
that's
related
a dinosaur.
to meeting
It's not my
procedure.
problem.
Thank you, Councillor Best. We are going to move on. Councillors, we're on to item 2.1, deferred item proposal to purchase land known as Davistown wetlands. Councillor Marquette, I believe you started this. Councillor Marquette, just let me get this. Seem to have quite a few people helping to unmute you and it doesn't work. I might ask the staff to see if they can just sort that out. Thank you, Councillor. No, we still haven't got you, Councillor Marquette. Is there anything appearing on your screen, Councillor Marquette? Do you need to? Thank you.
I know my wife would love to have one of those buttons, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to move 2.1 this evening, but I'd like to move it, Madam Mayor, if I could, to be further deferred for a period. I'm happy for everyone to decide on a period, but I believe possibly even up to 12 weeks. We've got some additional information from staff this evening after some queries I put in the briefing. So information we have received in the past was incorrect. I think we need a good amount of time to consume that. There was some wording.
Councillor Marquette, let me just get the motion on the floor. So
yes.
You're moving that be deferred.
I'm moving that it be deferred. Yes.
Yep, and seconded by Councillor Best. So now feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, for Madam Mayor, for a period of 12 weeks, if we could. There is some wording that that staff did send through, and I know meeting support was in there. There's a couple of points there that I'd be happy to put in the motion as well. But I'd also like to add to that, Madam Mayor. So what's happened, Madam Deputy Mayor, is that we've received information tonight. We've been told in the past that acquisition was not possible in this case for particular reasons. Now it's been brought to our attention that that isn't the case. Acquisition is possible. So I think we need to make sure that we go down every single avenue, and the people of Davistown have been waiting a very, very long time. I've pulled up documents as far back as 1984, where the former Gosford Council has noted intentions. We've noticed intentions year after year after year after year to do a certain thing, which get this land locked up. We even went as far as to get an acquisition fund, which we've also had confirmed still has the 1.436 million sitting there ready to go. I absolutely concur with some of the things councillors have said. There's no way in hell we should be wasting that money, especially in the circumstances we find ourselves in at the moment. So I'm not suggesting that we should be grabbing that money and paying overs for any body of land, but we've got extra information here tonight, Madam Mayor, that acquisition is possible. If we have to go down that route, that's fine. Let's put the 2 points that staff have given us. But I'd also like to add, Madam Deputy Mayor, another point, which is we should reopen negotiations with the owner and vendor. I've also received a few emails today. I don't know if they're true. I don't know if it's substantiated. I've got no absolute proof, but they seem to suggest that there's been a hell of a lot of unanswered correspondence from the owners or the owners' representatives. Some of those have even been, let's say, some different scopes, some different ways that this could be resolved, and it seems to have gone totally unanswered. Now, that may or may not be true, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure, but I think as councillors, before we make a decision on this, we need to find out what correspondence has been had. Has the dialogue been good enough? 12 weeks, let's get the two bodies together again. Let's see if we can resolve this through that way. If not, the possibility of acquisitions on the table there, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I'd like to include the 2 points that were sent through to meeting support, if I could, please. And then I'd like to add a third point, that we reopen dialogue over that 12-week period, a good, transparent dialogue with the owners/owner representatives.
Thank you, Councillor Marquette. Let me just make sure that we're all across what is up on the screen. So there's a part 1 that Council defer. I think you had a period to the 26th of October 2020 ordinary meeting that the CEO continued to pursue an acquisition by agreement of the land, and that the CEO initiate investigations regarding the eligibility of land known as Davistown. Okay, thank you, Councillor Marquette. Councillor Best, you seconded. Did you want to speak to that? Thank you, Councillor Best.
Thanks, Troy, for raising it.
Sorry, Councillor Best, just the third point hasn't gone up, I don't think.
Okay, I'll wait.
Councillor Marquette, what was the third point?
The third point that we reopen dialogue, in regards to ourselves, obviously, as an organisation, and the owner/owner representatives over the 12-week period.
So I was, look, your motion, but I was wondering if that was covered in the second point, but you wanted it as point 4?
No, the second point's about acquisition, which is a totally different kettle of fish, Madam Deputy Mayor.
All right, no worries. Thank you. Councillor Best.
Yeah, look, thank you. And what just happened then is a good example of the importance of keeping the mover, the seconder, and the mayor's mics open and live so that we can actually make the meeting flow. So thank you for 3. Look, from the forgotten north to the forgotten south, this community deserves this opportunity. Councillor Marquette, representing his community, is only seeking a deferral on this issue so that we can exhaust options. The 11th hour has come, and we now realise that we have possibly a further option, a bit like some emergency powers we realise we've got, and sometimes we don't. I mean, really, I've got not much more to contribute. It's pretty simple, as some eloquent speakers in this chamber will use the term no-brainer, which I hate, actually. It is quite simple that we're seeking a deferral so that we can exhaust options. Thank you, Councillor Marquette.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Sundstrom, you have a question? Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is probably through you to the mover. And by way of background, I'm aware of a series of questions that are being asked by community members about the procedures that are being undertaken. And I think it's along the same lines as the questions that Councillor Marquette is aware of. My only concern with this amendment that he has, and I thank him for bringing it forward, is that we might be able to get answers to those questions within the 12-week period. And I was wondering if we could work in some way, some wording to allow us to come back before the 26th of October. If those questions that he has, and I think the questions I have are the same questions, if we get answers to those in quick time rather than putting it out, for 12 weeks.
Councillor Marquette, did you have a view about that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. The only reason that I came up with 12 weeks, to be honest with you, is so that there's the opportunity for I think what we've got now is point 4 to come into play. We've had many years of proposed dialogue, which has seemed to, from what I can see, seems almost to be a bit of a stalemate between the two parties. So, I mean, I'm happy maybe to decrease it a little bit if you'd like, but I thought that probably we needed that long to get through some dialogue that I think the Davistown community is going to be happy with. But I am open to suggestions. I really just want this one to get over the line, guys, so we can all know we've done the right thing. There's been some significant issues we've all had to face lately, and they've put a big divide in this chamber. I really hope this one we can just move forward with it and do the right thing. So I'm happy to suggest another.
Marquette, can I just draw your attention? I think the staff are trying to assist and suggesting that the wording might be changed to no later than the 26th of October. Are you happy with that?
I'd be happy with that. Yes.
Yep, Councillor Best, you're happy with that as a seconder?
Mayor, I have a supplementary question, if I may.
Let me just do one thing at a time, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Best, as seconder, just a yes? Okay, thank you. Councillor Sundstrom.
From the report that staff have given us in the business paper, it's clear that there are some, difficulties that appear to be almost insurmountable with negotiations. Is it possible to get some indication from the director that would have the best grasp on this, I think, would be Mr. Martello, about just what difficulties have been faced in the negotiation phase.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Through the CEO, Mr. Martello.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. The challenges in the negotiations are in relation to reaching a mutually agreeable amount for which to transact the land. While we can't disclose, I guess, the negotiation values at the moment between what has been assessed independently through a market valuation and the expectation of the vendor, it's more than tenfold difference.
Thank you, Mr. Martello.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gale, did you have something on this item? Let me just, yes, thank you, Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to it and concur with my colleagues, Councillor Marquette, and Councillor Best. Ultimately, I think we want to get this matter across the line. I do agree that the CEO, Gary Murphy, should be meeting directly with the owners and vendors with regards to the matter and update councillors, potentially even in a CEO weekly update. I think a lot of time has been spent on the Davistown wetlands issue and the acquisition of it. However, I'm really concerned over the mixed messaging out there in the community on this issue and the current controversy that I keep hearing about it. I think from what I've read, the counter offer from land owners, and Director Martello just touched on it, seems completely unreasonable and quite frankly ridiculous. I mean, I was completely gobsmacked when viewing the proposal on the counter offer with the added zeros. And whilst I believe it's in the best interest of the community, the Davistown community, for council to look at purchasing the wetlands, as again Councillor Marquette alluded to, since 1984 it's been on up for discussion and on the table, and we do have that 1.5 million there, and also with reference to the Davistown recent flooding. But any purchase would be undertaken with ultimately the ratepayers' money, and we hold that responsibility to our ratepayers. So it must be in line with the recent valuations. I think the counter offer that I've seen, quite frankly, treats this board as a pack of chumps. And unless the owner can see some reason, I think potentially we need to look at some forceful acquisition so we can meet the community's needs on this matter. So again, appreciate the new motion that's on the floor, that's live. I think giving us that bit of extra time to make sure that we get this right, given it has been on the agenda since 1984, is the right way to approach it. So I concur with my colleagues and I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillors, are there any other speakers on this item? All right, Councillor Marquette, we have not had any speakers against, so in that case, I'm going to put the motion, moved by Councillor Marquette and seconded by Councillor Best. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Sundstrom, Marquette, Pillen, Mertens, Gale, Greenaway, Hogan, McLaughlin, Best, Vincent and Burke. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, the next item is item 2.4, Central Coast Stadium Business Strategy. I will move the recommendation of staff with just 2 minor amendments. Sorry, just the staff, no, sorry, staff, our meeting support staff, I don't think 2.2 ended up being starred. Let me just clarify. So that went through by exception. So we're down at item 2.4. Thank you. So I will move that way, and as mentioned earlier this evening, my amendments, which the staff will bring up on the screen, is simply to ensure that councillors have access to abroad to the information in the tenders and the expressions of interest. So not just a recommendation from staff, but access to the information behind that, barring any confidential information that is commercial in confidence or unable to be provided. So we'll just get this sorted. So we're at 2.4. There we go, and getting closer. So I might just check. I think the staff should have an amendment that I sent through earlier today. Can I just get some confirmation that that has come through, because that doesn't look like it. No? All right. While we're just waiting for that to come up, so understanding the intent of the changes, is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor McGregor. All right, sorry. That's just highlighting the two changes, councillors. Again, the intention is just that in addition to the information provided to council as part of the tender evaluation, that the received expressions of interest be provided to all councillors as appropriate and as confidential information for the purpose of deciding whether or not to accept any submitted expression of interest, and just a similar wording for the tender process on the naming rights for the stadium. I don't need to speak to that. Councillor McGregor, did you need to speak as seconder of the motion? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I encourage the councillors to support the resolution as it is on the screen. I think it's important that we do get all the information and that we are able to view it all and actually make an informed decision about this. I will note that with the timing of this, that this may not potentially be the best timing for this to occur with the economic situation the way it is and with the uncertainty for the sporting sector. I also note that a lot of residents have concerns about the kind of name that could be given to a stadium, and we've seen some other stadiums across the country and across the state get, get names which are not normally one that you would associate with sporting facilities. Something like the Marvel Stadium comes to mind. It's a bit strange. It's a bit naff, that name, but it's worth going out there to get the information, particularly with the prescience of what's happening with the Mariners and the situation that's unfolding there. So I look forward to getting all the information back when it comes through. It doesn't mean that this is just ticking a box and giving a blank check out there. It's about getting the information, and if the the alternatives are right, to make a way to move forward. So I look forward to seeing us get this report back and get the information back on the tendering and the like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillors, are there any other speakers on this item? Sorry, and I have a question, Councillor Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Smith. Through you to Mr. Murphy. Possibly Mr. Bolgoff might be your default. Would that be correct?
What's your question, Councillor Best, and then we'll be able to work it out.
Could I speak to Mr. Murphy, please?
What's your question, Councillor Best? Through the chair.
Mr. Bolgoff, through the chair. Mr. Bolgoff, we spoke today around a range of issues. This amendment that's on the screen now by the former mayor, now deputy mayor, now Councillor Smith, I haven't seen it, and I don't know what material effect it might or might not have on anything. So before I put my hand up for the 11th last minute recommendation by Councillor Smith in her term, I'd like to get the staff clearance that if my hand goes up, we won't be setting ourselves up for a pile burn fall again.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Through the CEO, Mr. Bolgoff.
And I'll speak to it in a minute. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Best. I have seen the wording in relation to what's been put up on the screen, and I have no issues. It is intended to be standard practice to provide all that information, so you do have the range of who actually has provided the expression of interest in confidential, or the tenderers that have been identified through the process. So I don't have any issues with what's been placed on the screen, Councillor Best.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillor Best, before I come back to you, we've just got a couple of other questions. So Councillor Mertens, I'll go to you next, and I just need to find you on the screen. There you are. Councillor Mertens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question through you to Mr. Bolgoff again. Look, I thank your staff for this report. I know it's been a long time coming and there's been a lot of work put into it. My concern is that we're in a fairly precarious economic climate at the moment. Do we think that that might have an effect on the quality of, the amount of, the number of offers we might get?
Through the CEO, Mr. Bolgoff.
Yep. Through you, Councillor. Just in relation to the timing, yes, the timing will be important. I think the timing of both the naming rights and the management of the stadium needs to be considered carefully. I'm not saying that we do go out straight away, and I certainly will be consulting with staff in relation to the best time to go outside. As you have just mentioned, Councillor Mertens, I don't think it's appropriate to go out straight away.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillor Marquette, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you, Madam Chair, just a query to staff in regards on page 92, it mentions that we have 20 to 30 events per year. I was just wondering in your thoughts in let's say the end of a successful tender period. Obviously, this thing's gone through and it's all happened. What would be the facilities, I suppose, availability to up that? What could that possibly get to? And the second part of that question, will that be part of the tender process? Will that be an indicator for the successful tender that they actually increase those events per year?
Thank you, Councillor Marquette. Mr. Bolgoff.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Marquette. Look, yes, it is the intention to increase the number of activities or events, but it does depend on what type. So if you've got several football teams, for instance, you need time for the turf to recover, and those sorts of things need to be considered. So the type of event, the time for recovery, all those sorts of things will be part of the consideration in relation to what comes back and what's considered in the expressions of interest in the tender.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillor Best, I'll come back to you now. Councillor Best.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I had one question and we're on a roll, but of course we wouldn't allow that to happen. So I'll speak to it. The amendment troubles me to some extent, but look, I don't see it as Boris outlines. It's not material.
Councillor Best, can I just remind you that under our Code of Meeting Practice, you need to refer to staff and councillors formally. It is a formal meeting of council.
Thank you, Councillor Sumption. Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Acting Mayor, Councillor Smith.
You're having trouble, aren't you,
My
Councillor
3 minutes
Best?
are up in a minute. I'll go after all your titles. Right. So, Mr. Bolgoff, Mr. Boris Bolgoff, thank you very much for the report, and it would be remiss of this council if it did not recognise Janine McKenzie in the background of this report. He has done a sterling job in delivering this document to us tonight. This is an extraordinarily challenging process. There are not a lot of councillors that actually run stadiums, and we're going to be one of them. It is a really vexing issue. It caused Gosford Council significant challenges, as Councillor Holstein and Burke would know. And I think they did the best of their abilities to deliver to that stadium. And the times I've visited, it's been very good under Gosford Council. I know that Gosford and Wyong are the evil empires of Darth Vader, but you know, this council eventually will take responsibility for its own actions, and that'll come shortly. But Gosford, hats off to your efforts in trying, Councillor Burke and Councillor Holstein. But I do think we need to try and turbocharge this. It's an enormous asset to our ratepayers, and we need to hot work the precinct. And indeed, it is a catalyst for many things for the good work that's going on in Gosford. It's unfortunate that it's not under the auspice of this council, because this council lost its planning powers and controls of Gosford due to a whole range of issues we now know in history, and we'll have to take responsibility of that because it happened in this 3 years. So, councillors, I think we go forward with this. We message out to the community, but I take on board Councillor Merton's comments. This is an extraordinarily inept guard time to go out and try and, find a buyer, so to speak. It is a shocking time to do this in, and it's almost, it defies.
Thank you, Councillor
What happened to my
Best.
time? I got 49
Oh,
seconds.
you're still going. I thought you were coming to a close.
No, not at all. You know me, Madam Mayor. It's timing. Timing is everything. You know that. 4th of September 2021. So what we've got here is a good document and something that we should thank our staff for, but we should be very soberly mindful that fishing in these waters is extremely a rare outcome. I think with COVID and the economics we've got, look, if we get any inkling of a decent deal, we should snap it up. But that's a confidential discussion for later. Thank you, Mr. Boris.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillors, is there any other discussion or debate? So there haven't been any speakers against, so I'm going to put the motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, McGregor, Sundstrom, Marquette, Pillen, Mertens, Gale, Greenaway, Hogan, Best, McLaughlin, Vincent and Burke. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Next item is item 3.7, Youth Strategy Progress Report. Councillor Holstein, I think you, Councillor Holstein, you started this one. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a question to the Director, Julie Vaughan. I read the report. That was very interesting. I do understand that COVID has created some difficulties. I'm just
Councillor Holstein, before you do that, I do just need something on the floor. Are you moving?
Happy to move the motion.
Yep, let me just see if I've got a seconder.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Mertens. Councillor Holstein, please proceed.
Thank you. The question was purely through to Julie Vaughan. In light of the COVID and the difficulties that's created within our youth services section, with many events being cancelled and that, it was just a question of what initiatives are our youth services coming up with in regard to COVID to try and address the needs of our youth people in this time of COVID. Is there anything in particular that we are doing beyond those things unfortunately being cancelled?
Thank you. Through the CEO, Ms Vaughan.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Holstein, one of the good things that has come out of COVID is many of our staff's creativity. So we have been able to continue a number of our activities that are consistent with the youth strategy. So I'm pleased to say that our Y4Y Youth Action Group have continued and still soldiering on with a number of their initiatives, albeit remotely. So there has been a number of great initiatives. One of the key programs is a Help a Mate program. So it's focusing on mental health for young people. So that was a key priority that was identified through the youth strategy. So that is a online program that is video-based sessions that is obviously very important in the current environment, but appropriate as a result of the youth strategy. In the last 4 weeks, we have been able to reopen many of our centres to do some centre-based programs, but albeit at a reduced number. So we have had a green room established at Laycock Street Theatre, where we've established a Coast Connect community YouTube channel, which has been able to showcase a number of our, artists and community programs, and some of our DJ, experts as well. So, there has been initiatives that have continued, but it's obviously been in a different operating environment. But we are now back to operating from our youth centres, albeit, as I said, at a reduced level.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms Vaughan. Anything further, Councillor Holstein?
No.
No? Councillor Mertens, did you want to speak as seconder of the motion? I'll just unmute you. Councillor Mertens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just want to speak briefly and just say congratulations to the staff and congratulations to the young people. I think something that we can see in this report in particular is that it goes so far beyond what one would usually expect of a youth report, and what often the rather small box that young people get put into in terms of what they're interested in. I note the kind of stuff that would usually get the attention of people, which is involvement in the creative and performing arts. But I do want to highlight the fact that in this as well, that through the Youth for Youth program that we are supporting young entrepreneurs, which I think is something that is fairly unique and something that goes beyond what would usually be expected of a youth program like this. I think it's important that we support young people through a variety of different industries and different ways of engaging with growing up and especially creating additional opportunities on the coast. So I do want to thank the staff and the young people for their involvement. And I think it's a testament to the ingenuity and the creativity of people to kind of think outside that box and give opportunities to young people that otherwise wouldn't be available.
Thank you, Councillor Mertens. Councillors, are there any other speakers on this item? All right, I don't have any speakers, so there has been no debate. So I'll put the motion moved by Councillor Holstein, seconded by Councillor Mertens. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, McGregor, Sundstrom, Marquette, Pillen, Mertens, Gale, Greenaway, Hogan, Best, McLaughlin, Vincent, Burke and Holstein. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Next item, councillors, is item 5.1, notice of motion reporting of councillor attendance. It was starred by Councillor Marquette, but I assume Councillor Holstein, you're moving this one?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll move it and reserve my right of reply if needed.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor McGregor. So Councillor Holstein has waived his right. Councillor McGregor, did you want to speak as seconder of the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor McGregor. I think I just, let me just unmute you. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If you look through the resolution, it's quite clear. I've had no problem with this being reported. I don't get to every one of these things. A group of us try to get to as many of them as we can, and that'll be quite clear when it comes back to see who's actually been engaging and working collaboratively with the staff and their other councillors. So I thank Councillor Holstein for bringing this to the chamber. I think it's a positive initiative, and I think it's important information that should be in the public domain. And it's a good way for the community to actually review the effectiveness of councillors and to see who's engaging in a cooperative and collaborative way and who's coming in at the last minute as a wrecking ball saying how horrible everything is and not doing anything about it when they actually can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Marquette, I think you had a question, so I'll just unmute you. Well, I'll try and unmute you. Oh, lost you again. There you go, Councillor Marquette. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question through you, Madam Chair, to confirmation from staff in regards to, this is obviously asking for attendance at briefings and everything, but am I correct in saying every briefing is put up on the hub?
Through the CEO to Ms. Sullivan, I think I'm going to. Ms. Sullivan.
Through you, Madam Chair, every briefing that has a PowerPoint presentation or document that goes with it is put on the hub. Not all briefings have a PowerPoint presentation that accompany them, and the briefing itself isn't provided on the hub.
Is there any way to is there any way for the system to note if people have consumed that via the hub? Like, we're obviously speaking now through a technological force, which is Zoom. Is there any way for you guys to say, okay, someone's read that on the hub, they read it for 15 minutes and we'll put it in Councillor Holstein's list?
Yes, it is. There is an audit trail within the documentation on the hub that shows the number of users.
Okay, so if this is successful this evening, would that be noted that someone has been to a briefing if they've consumed the briefing with the PowerPoint presentation?
Through you, Councillor Marquette, not as the motion is currently drafted.
Okay, just through you, Madam Chair, just to the author of this particular one, Councillor Holstein. I've got a couple of questions actually. The main one, I was just flabbergasted that we haven't included motions. Obviously, motions are one of the most important parts of the process here, from what I can see. I mean, I'm sure the people of Davistown would agree this evening that they're pretty important. So what happens? Why have we not got motions listed here? Is this just a select group of points that might suit certain individuals, or why aren't we putting everything down in this list?
Councillor Marquette, are you directing that question to the mover?
To the author, yeah.
Okay, through the CEO, Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Chair. I kept it to the basics, simply because these are the things that had previously been recorded. There is nothing there that we haven't made note of. You make a good point in regard to somebody actually consuming a motion or consuming a briefing at some stage, and I'd seek some advice from the staff if that could give me some words to include that. In regard to the moving of motions, I have been critical from the day dot in regard to some of the notices of motions that have come up before here. I don't believe that we use them well as councillors. I think we abuse them at times, and they are not in always my mind what I've experienced over 30 years in civic life of what a notice of motion should be. But then again, I kept it to as basic as possible in regard to things that have previously been recorded within council. And when I close the debate, I'll give a little bit more information on some of my rationale in respect to putting the motion up. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein.
Can I speak to that, Madam Mayor?
Sure. Yes, Councillor Marquette.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to speak against this one, Madam Mayor. From what I can see, my personal opinion is that this particular motion is nothing more than a very soft attempt to try and justify certain people that decided to put their pay up during a pandemic. I don't believe the people of the Central Coast are going to fall for this one. Their issue is that during COVID lockdowns, when small businesses are busting their guts out there to try and survive, when they're working extra hours for less pay, then the councillors in this chamber put their pay up. What we're going to do right now is we're going to get staff to do extra work so we can have, let's call it Holstein's List. We're going to get staff to do extra work so Holstein's List can be noted down there, once every 6 months, whatever it may be. And so a bunch of people can say, look at me, I did this, I deserve a little pay rise. Now, there's more than one way to skin a cat. We're doing, as COVID's proven, we're now doing our meetings via Zoom. There's plenty of us out there that work a shite load of it. There's some people in this chamber that don't work at all. There's some that work part-time. There's some that work for 80 bloody hours a week. So there's got to be different ways to consume that, Madam Deputy Mayor. So what I'd like to suggest is that I would like to say to all my colleagues, don't fall for this one. Don't spend more of the ratepayers' money after we've already given ourselves a pay rise, an unfair, undeserved pay rise, might I say, for everyone in these circumstances. Because as I've said a million times, small businesses dying the death of 1,000 cuts, and the public sector we have not shed a job. We've actually added jobs. But anyway, Madam Mayor, this particular one, this motion, it is honestly so look at me. It made me think back to a football analogy. We're talking about the stadium. I was lucky enough to play on the day they played the last games at Graham Park. I was lucky enough to again in grade to play the first games we played there, which is the grand final. So I was at the new stadium there, and I think about that team. We won the comp. Out of the 19 guys you had in the side, there was, 17 of them, all they cared about was winning the game. They went out there, they did their job in a million different positions. They did it in a different way. But what 17 guys had in common was they bled, they hit hard, they ran hard because they wanted the team to win. But there was always two guys that all they cared about was how they looked in the showers afterwards. This motion is someone standing in the showers afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marquette. Councillors, I have a couple of councillors wanting to ask questions and a couple to speak. So just in the order, Councillor Sundstrom, you had a question, I think. Let me just find you on the screen. Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you. Now, look, I did have a question in mind, and it was around the comparison between attending a briefing and being in that exchange with other councillors and the ELT and other council staff, and how that compares to reading a PowerPoint sometime in the following number of weeks. But
Councillor Sundstrom, is it a question or are you in debate?
Well, no, I'm not in debate, but I just don't think that it's a question that there's an answer to. So I'll put it out there, but if anyone wants to try to attempt it.
Sorry, who are you asking the question of?
Through the chair to any ELT member who would like to grab it if they want to.
And sorry, just your question, just for clarity, is what's
the comparison between sitting in Zoom meeting, or this goes back before COVID and talks about being in a room with other interested councillors, ELT members, staff members, and actually having a conversation back and forth about the merits, the interesting aspects and the possibilities that this council could achieve, as compared to reading a PowerPoint presentation sometime after the briefing.
Look, I'm not entirely sure if a staff member can respond to that. I think that's more subjective rather than for a staff member to respond directly to that.
That's why I was hesitant.
Okay, all right. If it's okay with you, Councillor Sundstrom, I might move on then to Councillor Best. You wanted to speak on this, or did you want to hear questions first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, councillors, I mean, just Councillor Sundstrom's questions just highlight why I don't wish to frequent too many briefings. I mean, really, the briefings should be live streamed, and then the public would understand just what the poison is that happens in that room politically.
Councillor Best, yeah, if you could just confine to the motion.
We've got a motion here, heartfelt and done by one of our statesmen of Gosford. What's the purpose of the motion? What's going to come from reporting all this information? Oh, but we can be transparent and consult the community and let everybody know where councillors are. Well, why don't you approve the damn airport? 5 times I've tried to ask you to do that and you've rejected it every time.
Councillor Best, I will just ask you to keep your comments to the motion.
And we're dealing with transparency, which is around the airport. That's transparency, Madam Mayor. This motion, what is it seeking to do? What's its real essence? What's the heart of this motion? And the heart of this motion, I believe, is to make other people look bad so that some people can look good. That's what it is, Councillor Holstein, nothing more and nothing less. And you'll jump up in right of reply and protest. One doth protest too loudly. You've heard that before. You'll protest. And this is basically on the back of Councillor Marquette's comment that you're trying to justify the pay rise that you moved, right? We are in no way entitled to a pay rise. We have done nothing to gain it and to be given it. And here we are.
Councillor Best, this is not about a pay rise. Could you restrict your comments to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's about accountability.
Right, moving on. So council attendance at meetings, I've attended 5 less meetings. The Mayor's attended 5 less meetings. Councillor Vincent's done 10 less meetings. I mean, look, are we going to go around judging everybody because they've got some family crisis, a business crisis? And what are we going to do? We're going to go out and try and tell people you should run for council. You should become part of your community and make decisions for them whilst we create this poison to make each other look terrible. These briefings are all available online. They're podcasted. I can pick the phone up at any time to Mr. Murphy and his directors and explain anything I want to have explained to me, right? It's that simple. You know, Councillor Holston, you had no idea that contracting was happening in this council till I raised it. You had no idea that the Mayor had an additional councillor salary attached to the councillor's allowance. You go to briefings and you still don't even know that stuff, and nor do many of other councillors. You don't need to go to briefings to understand everything. You've got to do your homework, read the accounts and understand the documents. Do some training, understand what you need to do in your role as a board member of this council. I was criticised at the last meeting for running up some expenses, but those expenses were actually developed by this council and voted on to actually continue to happen, that I complied with and the staff audited. And yet the council still leapt up and said, oh, you're evil, Councillor Best, you're spending some money actually studying and learning and trying to make the business run better. So Councillor Holstein, this motion quacks, it waddles, and it is what it is.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Your time is up.
I beat you to it.
Councillor Burke, I think I had you next. Councillor Burke?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Chair. It's just a question to Mr. Murphy. The Local Government Act requires councillors to attend meetings like the ordinary meetings. Is there anything else that's compulsory?
Through the CEO, I might direct that to Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan, did you?
Through you, Madam Chair, the only other thing that is compulsory off the top of my head, in addition to attendance at council meetings, is participation in professional development, and that's a relatively new addition to the Local Government Act.
Right. So they're the only compulsory things that a councillor has to go to.
Off the top of my head and without notice, yes.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering why there were so many other things that were sort of brought up, and there's only 2 compulsory things. So that answers my question. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Gale, I think you are next, and then Councillor Vincent. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking against this particular motion. When I first read it, to me, it just stood out as a bit of a playing in the sandpit vote grabber, I think, for councillors, those councillors that are looking at running for the next election. I think it needs to be highlighted here that when this particular board of councillors decided to run for council, it was a monthly council ordinary meeting that we very quickly moved to fortnightly ordinary council meeting with an alternate week briefings. Now we have, as well as a fortnightly council ordinary meeting, we have briefings, updates and meetings happening spread out across the weekly days. Now, when I first ran for council, and since being on this particular board, 3rd largest in New South Wales, 6th largest across Australia, I've always said, and I maintain, that being a mother is my number 1 role, being a councillor is my number 2. With regards to something such as the CEO update briefings that happen on a Thursday, now that clashes with my kids' soccer training. So I know very full well that I can jump on afterwards and catch up on that particular update. And I thank our wonderful staff for making sure that that ability is there for me to do that. So thank you, Mr. Murphy, and also Ms. Sullivan, for ensuring that us councillors have the ability and the technological devices that we need to be able to get the information at a time that suits us. I will voice for the record at this point in the game, given that our time on this board was due to expire in September. Now we've been granted the extra year. The advisory groups I have found quite disappointing. 6,500 per meeting as a cost to this council. It's something that I will probably look at withdrawing from moving forward. I don't feel as though it's added to the depth of the ones that I've been involved in as what I would have liked. And ultimately, councillors should be judged primarily on their strategic direction that they've put forward for the Central Coast region, and how they have voted, what they've voted on, which way they've voted, and the motions that they've put forward. And in times such as these, I've said this before on the floor and I'll say it again, no politician, no councillor should be taking any pay increases at this particular economic turbulent time. So I've put my voice to this particular against this motion. Thank you,
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Vincent. Sorry, just need to unmute you, Councillor Vincent.
I waited.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Yep.
I waited and I saw the microphone button flash 3 times, but it didn't come off, so I did have to click it to get it to come off. Look, I'm not going to support Councillor Holstein's motion, but in saying that, I'm not going to vote against it. I'll say now I'll be abstaining because I don't really want to be voting against it, but I will speak against it. And I don't know, I'm sort of calling it the brownie point motion. I'm sort of calling it the, let's see how many ticks we can get in a box to try and show who's got the biggest engine or something like that in the vehicle. And it's a bit simplistic, it's very blunt, and it really doesn't take into account a few things, which I'd just like to highlight. But it doesn't take into account people's work commitments. So if you're retired, if you're self-employed, if you're a casual worker, if you don't work a full work week, then, well, you will have more time to be able to attend meetings and not have as many clashes. It doesn't take into account when 1 or 2 councillors have said, I don't understand this, I need more information, I'd like a briefing on this. So they call a briefing And then if other councillors go, well, I know about that, I'm happy with that, I know enough, I've got enough for a decision, and I don't need to attend the briefing, then if they don't attend that briefing, they're penalised because someone else has said, no, I'm going to make you drive or participate in a briefing that you're not really needing that much. Some councillors obviously would. When COVID was not present, a lot of councillors were out doing civil duties. So they would be out attending, doing public events, going to things. They'd also be going to progress associations, precinct meetings, ratepayers meetings, and sometimes they clash with briefings. Sometimes they clash with committees, and you make a decision. Do you attend community meetings or do you go to a briefing? If it was a briefing that you were particularly interested in and you thought was a real hotspot in council, you'd attend that, of course, but you would make a decision and then you'd apologise to the other group that you couldn't attend. On some occasions, I've driven 1 hour to Gosford to sit through a 1 hour briefing that others have called, where there's been 4 councillors and up to 7 staff members in that one briefing. And then I've driven 1 hour back from Gosford and 3 hours have gone on something that I didn't particularly think was necessary for myself. For others, if they wanted it, that was up to them. Previous councillors who've been on council before, they've had briefing after briefing on libraries, road maintenance, what needs to happen with the lake foreshore and RAC and items like that. So as a new councillor, maybe you do need to sit through briefings and get your briefing count up because you need to come up to speed. But for councillors that have been there, they've already got a fair bit of background. They've already sat through a lot of those sort of meetings and briefings. Some councillors have elderly parents that they're helping or working with. Some councillors have family commitments like children, and we've already heard that tonight. So to penalise people in good faith who put their hand up to represent in their local area and say, if you can't go be at briefings, and if I've been at more briefings than you, then I've got more brownie points and I must be a better councillor.
Your time is up. I do need to bring you to a close.
I'd move for a quick extension of 1 minute.
No, time is up, Councillor. I think you've got an extension. Is that move, Councillor Hogan? Seconded, Councillor Gale. All in favour for an extension? Any opposed? Okay, Councillor, you've got 1 minute.
Thank you for that, Madam Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. So should councillors in good faith, when they come to represent and be civil servants, not servants, civil representatives and represent their community, should they be brownie pointed? Should they be, graphed and judged as their effectiveness, their strategic ability, their ability to debate or to put forward or to progress good policy on the number of briefings they can attend? What else have we got here? The number of workshops, the number of CEO updates, the number of advisory groups they can sit on. Now, depending on what side of the council you're on when you get in, you may well be blocked from some groups and not blocked from other groups. But I think that Councillor Holstein, is trying to say that the best councillors have got the most brownie points and the highest briefing count. Well, if that's his line, you can take it. But I think you're very simplistic. I think you're using a very blunt instrument, and I don't think it's showing the real extent of what's needed here. So I won't be supporting this, but I will be abstaining and I won't be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Greenaway, you had a question, did you, or were speaking on this item? Thank you, Councillor Greenaway.
I did put a question in the chat box, and then it was pretty much addressed, so I cancelled it. Then I came up with another one, and that's really just been addressed now as well. But I did have one further one, which is that details of councillor access to the hub and review of relevant documents. I know sometimes I might open a document and read it, but still leave it open on my laptop, and it might look like I've read it for 48 hours straight. So I just wonder how sophisticated that data could possibly be that can tell how long I'm actually reading a document. Just because I've opened it doesn't necessarily mean I'm reading it. And certainly if it's been open for a long time, it doesn't mean that I've, reviewed every sentence 50 times over. So I think it was Shane Sullivan who was familiar with it.
I'll see if through the CEO, Ms. Sullivan, are you able to respond to that?
Through you, Madam Chair. It's simply data. So it shows instances of documents being accessed by various individuals. it doesn't give qualitative information, only quantitative information, but it is a source of data.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Councillor Greenaway, did that address your question?
Yes, and I guess similarly, if you open, say, because I know our business papers and everything are put on the hub for us, but if I'm at home, I might look at them, say, on my home computer, so then it wouldn't even show up that I access them, even though I have them open on the hub during the meeting, on my iPad, I mean. So again, that's, yeah, I understand where Councillor Holstein's coming from. I do think attending meetings is our most, so I just wanted to make a few observations too, if I could.
Yes, Councillor Greenaway, you're in debate now. Yes.
Thank you. So I do understand why Councillor Holstein might consider that some of this information should be in the public domain, and I do agree that people would like to know what we attend and how engaged we are. But I do accept what Councillor Vincent says, that there may be some people who are more familiar with some of these issues than others, but things change all the time. And I do think, you know, just because you might have heard about it 5 years ago, it doesn't mean that you understand what we're about to consider or debate. One of the other things that I know many other councillors other than myself find particularly tedious, so no doubt it will be increased, is that the number of times we get into the chamber and a councillor or two will ask questions which we have just asked of staff during the briefings, and, you know, asked lots of questions and clarified things, and then here we are listening to it all again because a couple of councillors didn't come. So I do think it's not just a matter of whether you know things. If you don't know them, why are you asking them in the chamber? Why aren't you at the briefing? Or as some of you say, you can get on the phone. Why aren't you doing that? You just come into the chamber and bring everything up that we've just discussed. So I do think it's a time-wasting exercise when people don't come to briefings and don't ring the staff and don't ask their questions outside the chamber. So I'm seriously, we'll be putting this to the vote in a few minutes and I'm not even sure which way I'll go on it. But I guess the councillor access to the hub is a no for me. So I will probably vote against it at this point, even though I do understand that it's important information to get out there, but I guess we can obtain it ourselves because it's public information and make it available to people if we so choose. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Councillors, Councillor Hogan, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Ms Sullivan, just a question on item 1 on Councillor Holstein's notice of motion regarding statistics around requests, including the number of requests submitted by councillor. For you to pull out that information, would that be through the councillor app?
Through the CEO, Ms Sullivan?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it would be through the app.
And am I right in saying that through the councillor app, the requests aren't just about councillors working for their community or any residents? Even if a councillor asks a question, it goes into that number of requests. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. Through you, Madam Chair, it does. It goes into that system and it's categorised.
Categorised into, so I could throw a question into the email and say, what time is the 6 o'clock bus? And it's recorded.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's probably not an example of something that we would not necessarily record in the system. But a lot
of the questions are recorded in the system. Is that correct?
Yeah, anything that requires a degree of research or consideration and isn't simply transactional, that goes into the system, yes.
Okay, so it's not necessarily, so it's information sourcing, it's not necessarily requests from residents that goes into that number. So the statistics could be skewed depending on how a councillor works. Okay, just trying to get some understanding around that.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Councillors, I don't have any further Further, Councillor Vincent, we are coming up to our expiry time for debate on this matter. So did you have a question? Because you have already spoken. Councillor Vincent, you had a question?
Oops. Is that
Councillor
going
Vincent.
now?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
I'm trying to work out how I can say this as a question. Madam Mayor, if this vote was 50-50, would you have to use a deciding vote to determine the outcome of this motion?
Yep, that's the way it normally works.
Given that, I might exercise a vote and not abstain.
Well, your abstention is counted as a negative anyway, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go back to Councillor Holstein, I will say that I will support the motion. I understand what councillors have been saying about their concerns, about their commitments outside council and their need to attend these briefings. And I think that is understandable that not every councillor can devote the same amount of time. However, I do think that the community has a right to know what that commitment is. Councillors do have the opportunity to explain to their community why their work or family circumstances mean that they can't attend those things. They have the opportunity to explain that they've been on council for so long that they don't need to learn anything new. But I do think that the community should have an understanding of how each councillor does perform their functions. Thank you. Councillor Holstein, did you want to close the debate?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I can't see.
Yes, Councillor Holstein.
Thank you. Yep. Methinks me struck a nerve. I've listened to everything from the horror of Councillor Marquette visualising, I don't know who in the shower room, to the comment, look at me, the Holstein list, the brownie point, simplistic, blunt, all of those things. So be it. The whole purpose of the motion is not for what anyone else has said in debate. It's for the very thing we talk about, transparency and accountability. It is not to penalise people, but to clearly, and I've heard several councillors talk about the board. Well, tell me any board that doesn't record when the board are present, are not, and their involvement within their organisation. We are the 3rd largest in New South Wales, the 6th largest in Australia. We are accountable to the people on what we do. And yes, none of us will attend 100% of meetings. I think my tendency in the last lot was about 77%. And I can give you a range of reasons, whether it was picking up the grandkids, whether it was time off with a medical condition, whether it was actually work commitments that I have, and I do take 2 part-time jobs to do it. I'm not about offering excuses. I'm about saying that we as a board hold responsibility to the public. The public want to know. And I checked this with the officers first about what are the basic KPIs, because guess what? We're talking about our CEO's KPIs. We're going to be holding him to account. We, the board, will hold the CEO to account on those key performance indicators for this organisation. And guess what? Board, we have those who will judge us too. It's not about standing up and say, vote for me. Quite frankly, under the ward systems, I'm wasting my time talking to 80% of the population, am I not? Because it's only within the ward. I don't intend to use this for anything other than it should be on the record, as it is with any board, on your participation and your involvement on those key performance indicators. If you don't agree with it, don't vote for it. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I'll just wait for the next set of subversive, compromising, hindering and impairing notices of motion to come up that somebody suggested we should be judging us all on notices of motion. Heaven forbid. I'm sorry, 90% of this council don't even know how to write up a notice of motion. Yet you want to use that as your judgment? Heaven forbid. Sorry, I'm being simplistic and blunt again. I do apologise for that, but with 24 seconds remaining, councillors, this is about accountability. It is being transparent. And like any board, we need to show what those basic things we have done as a council. And we won't all be able to have great lists in there, but I'm sure we can account as individuals for why we didn't show up or why we couldn't or what our reasons were. If you support the motion, great. If you don't, so be it.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. I'll put the motion moved by Councillor Holstein, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Holstein. Those opposed, please raise your hands. Councillor Marquette, Councillor Gale, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Burke. Did I get everybody? Abstentions? I think Councillor Vincent. So let me just do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we're moving on to the next item, 5.2, Notice of Motion, War Act Repeal and Declassification of Airport Contract. I think, who have we got on that? Councillor Gale, are you moving this? Sorry, Councillor Best, you're moving it? Councillor Best. Oh, sorry, let's do that. There you go, Councillor Best.
You knew I wrote it. The staff have a small addended version. If Sonia, you could place it up for us, please. It takes on board the staff's commentary, particularly, I'll explain it to you also. You don't have to sit there and do a mere or minute session. I'm not ambushing here. All I've done is taken on the staff's recommendations around the airports that we should look into. And I've also taken on board, there's another point here. What do we add to it, Sonia?
Sorry, just a procedural, Councillor Best. I do just need to note that the count on the last meeting on Councillor Holstein's motion was 7-all. So I just need to, for the minutes, record that I use my casting vote to confirm Councillor Holstein's motion. Apologise for the interruption. Councillor Best.
Thank you. So I've made 2 amendments to it, and they are purely to acquiesce to the staff's observations. They said there was no material changes in some of the motion, but they still made the commentary. So I'm happy to acquiesce. The airports that identified, I mean, the staff can talk among themselves about that. There's a bit of story there I won't go into tonight. And if I could add a 10, Madam Mayor, if I may, please, I'd like to add a 10 to it. And 10 would be that further, are you there with that, Sonia? That further council underpin its probity and governance process through referring this matter through ARIC with particular reference to items 5 and 8. And if anybody wants to add any others, they can do it, but the whole thing's going to ARIC as far as I can see it. And I think they should be in parallel. Before I speak, Madam Mayor, I've got a couple of questions to staff, please. Thank you.
Councillor Best, before you do that, you have sort of, thrown up a whole lot of information in this motion that we haven't seen before. Could you just outline what the changes were that you have thrown at us at the last minute?
Well, I haven't, because the staff actually made the recommendations 3 or 4 days ago, and all I've done is included them in the report.
So which parts have you included,
I've included with the airports to be looked at have now changed.
Hillston.
Yes, and they have changed. They refer to the staff's recommendations.
Thank you,
of airports.
Councillor Best.
It's only what the staff have kind of intimated. Well, Greg, maybe you want to fine tune this.
All right, thank you, Councillor Best. Let me just see if I've got a seconder for you first. Seconded by Councillor Gale. Councillor Best, are you speaking to this?
I'm going to ask some questions, if I may, please. First of all, and I have a question to a number of directors, to Mr. Cox in the first instance. Please, Mr. Cox-Scott, are you there coming up wherever he is? He'll come to us in a second, I'm sure.
What's your question, Councillor Best?
Can he hear me?
Yes, Councillor Best.
The vegetation policy, the DCP around vegetation trimming and removal, What's the percentage that people can move without approval, Mr. Cox?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, the exemption only applies to the residential zones, R1, R2 and R3. And the exemptions for there is 10% of the foliage of the tree within any 12 months, or any branches that are dead.
All right, thank you. To Mr. Murphy, I think I would like to ask, if I could, through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Murphy, in your staff's report, again, I think your staff have done an excellent job in. Can you hear me, Gary? Thank you. Gary, in the staff report, in the subsequent report that came through 3 or 4 days ago, it says here that the August 12, 2019 council report stated that the current risk level was determined as high, both under council's enterprise risk management framework and the Civil Aviation Safety Authority's risk matrix. They are quite serious observations, and that observation is underpinned by this document, and on item 3 of that document, which is the War Act review document, the $68,000 document, quite clearly outline that we have a serious immediate risk. And as board members, we really want to mitigate
Councillor
that risk.
Best, what's your question?
As always,
you're sort of
I
into
really
debate.
appreciate your help, and I'm not into debate. I'm speaking to the general manager. So, Gary, I've outlined the 2 key areas plus this 3rd report from the state, and yet we still cannot seem to move on vegetation minimisation. What is the impediment? What is the real impediment here? And on the public record here, I'm really careful now.
Through the CEO, Mr. Murphy, or Mr. Volkov?
Yeah, I can respond, Madam Chair, and then I'll ask Mr. Bolgoff to add to it. So, Councillor Best, you are correct that this matter has been highlighted as an issue of high risk. It is something that we did speak to the independent reviewer about when he presented to the Mayor, myself, Mr. Bolgoff, and Ms. McKenzie. And he asked a number of questions, such as, does the council have an URSA? Does council have a NOTAM? What arrangements has council put in place to mitigate that risk? Ms. McKenzie responded to that in terms of what we had done. He seemed pleased with that, but still noted that there was an underlying risk. It is interesting that in the public forum, Mr. Smith from the Aero Club pointed out his willingness to work with council, and in fact we have a meeting with the Aero Club on Monday to talk through some of the management issues relating to that. In terms of the management actions that have been taken, I think either Mr. Bolgoff or Ms. McKenzie can talk through what we have done to mitigate that risk. Not the least of which is getting advice as to how we manage the risk appropriately, but also in the short term until we get that advice, how we're managing that. Mr. Bolgoff, do you want to?
Before that, Gary, please, I would like to ask the question of Mr. Bolgoff, and I thank you for your answer. And as a board member, I'll now direct my question to Mr. Bolgoff. Mr. Bolgoff, what specifically is the impediment for this council to be able to go forward and remove this identified high risk by CASA and the independent report? What is it that is in our way, please? And I'll make notes if I may, Mr. Bolgoff.
Through the CEO, Mr. Bolgoff.
Yeah, through Madam Chair to Councillor Best. The process that has been identified in the past is in relation to having an environmental review, and that has been indicated in the report through the staff report back to council in relation to the notice of motion. Excuse me. So that is in its final stages, so that we are able to go through an approval mechanism which is likely to be a Part 5 assessment once we've got those that environmental review to allow for the trees to be cut. Without that process in place, we can't legally go in and cut any of those trees that are in the OLS plain that impact the northern or the southern flight areas.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff.
So can I ask further through you, Madam Chair? So, Mr. Bolgoff, we had a lengthy discussion today because I don't ambush staff on the floor. I talk to you all and I text you my messages before I ask them. So we talked today about this. Is the unlawfulness, as you outlined, is it unlawful against a state policy or is it unlawful against a council resolution?
No, that'll be that. It'll actually be technically both, Councillor Best, through Deputy Mayor, because in relation to cutting a tree, there is still other legislation outside of council's legislation that we need to comply with, which is the state legislation.
So I reiterate, as I did to Mr. Murphy, Mr. Bolgoff, in your own staff report, and Janine McKenzie's done a fantastic job. It clearly outlines 12 months ago to the day, this day now, 12 months ago we started this discussion. On the 12th of August, the council report stated that the current risk levels were deemed to be
Councillor Best, do you have a question or are you in debate at the moment? So what's your question?
I'm actually trying to stop us from being sued or put up for manslaughter, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you
well
for your
now's the
assistance.
time
I'll
for
speak to the
questions
matter.
and then you can do that in
I'll
debate.
speak to the matter, Madam Mayor.
All
You're
right,
always
thank
helpful.
you, Councillor Best.
You're always helpful. I just
You're
can't
in
wait for
debate?
the election.
Thank you.
I am in the debate, and Madam Mayor, you and some of your colleagues are responsible, single-handedly, in my view, for getting this
Councillor
council
Best,
into the
you
hot
need
water
to
that it's
talk to
currently
the
in.
motion that is
I
up on
am
the
speaking to
screen.
the motion.
Yeah.
You crafted this situation.
You need to talk
You
to the motion
created
that's
it
on the screen.
by
Thank
blocking
you,
and
Councillor
creating
Best.
so many issues
Councillor
for this
Best.
council and its ratepayers.
Point of order, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent, your point of order. Sorry, Councillor Vincent, I'll just unmute you. Yes, Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And I know Councillor Best likes the limelight and the controversy and, being the battler for all the people that he thinks he represents, but he's really just becoming a disorderly here, and he's really taking a mockery of the code of meeting practice. He's just disregarding you as the chair. The active disorders that he's going through at the moment, I'd really like to put a point of order in and ask you to, as the chair, to remind him of the code of meeting practice. And I think he would like to be thrown out. He'd probably like that, and he's probably like pressing for that. But I'd like you to try and just bring him down a bit to so orderly recognise you as the chair and participate in the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. I think we'll just ask Councillor Best if he could enter open debate and stick to the motion. Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Best.
Thank you. I'm glad you didn't rule on it because I would have moved dissent because there was no order. So, councillors, what I've got is a motion 1 to 9 on behalf of the community. And I'm thanking Mr. Crouch and Minister Stokes for stepping in, as they've done in Gosford, as they've done at Wamberal, and as they've now done at the airport, and taken some leadership and action around this issue. We have had trainee pilots at the Lecton, councillors, pleading with this council to try and deal with this OLS obstacle issue. The Aero Club, I listened to Mr. Smith's discussion this afternoon to council, and they are, I think, doing a bit of Oliver Twist, believing that, small target and we'll all just kind of go away. But at the end of the day, if this risk continues, there are already mumblings in the corridors of council of closing the airport because of the heightened risk that's occurring. I mean, isn't that a surprise to us all? I mean, shock horror. How could that have possibly happened? But look, councillors, we've got ourselves a situation where 939 people responded, with 75% saying, let's deal with the War Act. This is the same kind of statistic we would have got if you had not voted down numerous attempts at trying to put up a statistically valid survey. I mean, you did that because it was going to cost $25,000, but you've spent $68,000 on this little puppy. So it's a total hypocrisy. We've got just so much at stake here. you think Womberall is a problem, or you think the entrance class action's a problem, councillors, if a plane hits a tree, Gary, your career is over. Boris, yours is, and mine is, along with the rest of the council. We would be going for culpable, we would be going for manslaughter, in my view. You know, Councillor Vincent comes on and says, oh, you know, you're being hysterical. Councillors, we have known for a year that this vegetation is a serious risk. By our own report, our staff have tin-plated their position by...
Councillor Best, I have a point of order. Councillor Vincent. Councillor Vincent.
I'm sorry, Councillor Best. I'm not trying to pull you up, but I would like the record straight. I did not say you were hysterical. I said that you were not acknowledging the chair and you're being disorderly in the meeting. So don't try and twist words that I'm saying what you're saying here is hysterical. I'll leave it at that, but I'd like you to retract that, because that was not the context and I did not use those words.
Councillor Vincent, I'm not going to rule it as point of order, but I will note the clarification. Thank you very much. Councillor Best.
That's because, again, it's not a point of order.
Councillor Best.
That's because it's not a point of order. I mean, we should take a tally on points of order. You see how silly you all look. The reality is, councillors, there's a staff report sitting in front of us. I'll read it once again. On the 12th of August 2019, council report stated that the current risk level was deemed as high, but under the council's enterprise risk arrangement framework. CASA has also seen it as high. You've got that, plus you've got this. You've got three separate, and you're still going to sit here and play around with it. Councillors, this has to get resolved. We have to find out what's going on, particularly with the veg.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Your time is up. Councillors, I am going to move an amendment at this point. So if staff could put the amendment up on the screen, I'll see if I've got a seconder for that. And I will go through it. Seconded by Councillor McGregor. Councillors, I will just explain the amendment, because as with Councillor Best, you have not seen it before here. So the first part, sorry, I'll just get that on the screen. Thank you. The first part just states the three recommendations that are in the War Act review. So it's just literally restating those recommendations so that they are on the public record in our council meeting. Part two resolves in relation to each of those recommendations from the War Act review. So with recommendation one, it just notes that the repeal of the legislation sits with the state government, that council has no ability to repeal the legislation. Part two addresses part of the recommendation that council needs to clarify its position on the War Act. And so consistent with our, clarify its position with relation to the site, the airport. So consistent with our previous resolutions and also with the information contained in the review, Part one reaffirms that the airport is classified and operates as an airport landing area. That's stated very clearly in the review that that is the classification of that site. Part two then follows on to say that we officially rename it as Warnervale Airport Landing Area to remove any doubt and what goes with that renaming. Part three reaffirms that the maximum length of the runway, existing or proposed, is the 1,200 metres and that there is no approval to extend that runway. Part four reaffirms that staff are able to undertake maintenance works on the ALA and there does need to be some definition about what maintenance means, but it is designed to assist staff to get on with the job of maintaining the operation of the ALA. And part four states that council actively seek to generate employment opportunities on the lands adjacent to the airport. Consistent with the previous resolution of council, it focuses on the sectors of health, renewable energy, food, waste and manufacturing. Recommendation three, as Councillor Best referred to, stressed the urgency of addressing the issues around the vegetation and the OLS. So part one notes that. Part 2 notes the work that staff are actively undertaking to do that. They're following the process. They did clarify with the reviewers that they do need to go through a legal process, and that is what the staff are doing. And the indication is that we will have a report coming soon. Part 3 looks at what mechanisms, or requests the CEO to come back with what mechanisms are available to enable the release of the information around the confidential settlement. I'll just finish what I'm doing at the moment. Councillor Sundstrom, sorry, actually, Councillor Sundstrom, what's your point of order?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. There's just something going on in the wording of the amendment that you've got up there that I think might not be the intent. Part 2 says, can Central Coast Airport be officially renamed to one of our airport landing area, ALA?
Thank you. Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah.
I might just get some clarification from the staff if ALA does refer to that airport landing area. I thought I had that right. I might come back to that. Sorry?
I think it needs to be aircraft.
Aircraft landing area. Thank you. So we will just correct that. Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom, for drawing my attention to that. And part 4, requests that the CEO have a councillor workshop by the end of November to discuss options regarding the licence for the Aero Club and the management and operation of the Warnervale ALA. So the reviews seem to indicate very clearly that there needed to be more clarity and more certainty in terms of the management and the operation of the ALA, and that is certainly the intention of this motion, is to have those discussions with both the Aero Club and amongst councillors in terms to the ongoing management and operation. So councillors, that is the motion. I will move that. Councillor McGregor has seconded that. It's an amendment, sorry, to the previous motion. I don't need to speak to it any more than I have just done to clarify it. Councillor McGregor, did you need to speak as seconder? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Yep, thank you for bringing the amendment to the chamber, or to the virtual chamber through Zoom. It's clear, it's cogent, it's sober. It reflects what the user groups want. It reflects what the state government wants and what they're doing, and it's a clear process to go forward through this. It's not full of all the fluff and bubble and the silly additional points and point scoring. It's just to the point. The motion is addressing the issues that the users of the airport, the state government want, and the community want as well. So councillors, I would encourage you to support the amendment rather than the former resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I've got a few people. Councillor Marquette, I think you wanted to speak. Let me just get your microphone. Councillor Marquette.
Thank you. Oh, the time's already down to 2. Oh, there. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I really wanted to take the opportunity to point out, after we've now adopted Holstein's list, I think we've got Exhibit A, Madam Chair. What we've just sat through, I was at the briefing this evening, so I'll get a big tick on Holstein's list tonight. I was at the briefing. You were at the briefing. The seconder was at the briefing. I assume the seconder hasn't just seconded like 100 sentences here without reading it. So you've obviously conversed before the briefing, yet this wasn't mentioned. Why would you? There's got to be somewhere between 60 and 100 sentences there. Why would this not be mentioned in the council briefing when we're going over the agenda? So that just proves, Madam Deputy Mayor, what an absolute waste of time these briefings are. Once again, we've just had 100 sentences thrown in our face after someone who's going to look very poorly on Holstein's list, Councillor Best, has gone out and done a hell of a lot of work. He's worked with staff. He's worked with other councillors.
Councillor Marquette, are you actually speaking to the amendment, or are you just having a general chat?
No, I'm speaking against the amendment.
Okay,
but thank you for cutting
so
me
the
off, Madam
amendment
Chair.
is
Time,
what's
please,
on the
staff.
screen. Was there anything further about what's on the screen?
I didn't need that clarified. I was very aware of what's on the screen. It's right in front of me. But thank you very much for that. So I'm talking about the amendment. I'm talking the reason it should not be there and the reason I won't be voting for it. It's very simple, Madam Chair. I'm not voting for it because it was thrown at me. Minutes to consider it, and then we get to vote on it. So if someone's going to second that without knowing it, and someone has seconded it, it's in my opinion, they would have to be a mental midget, or They've already considered this with yourself. And so it should have been brought up at the briefing so we all could have discussed it, so we can all apparently be this board that sits within Councillor Holstein's list. What is the point of these briefings? What is the point of this amendment we've got up here? We had a document there that could have been discussed, but what happens every time is Councillor Best puts up something that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
You're debating process, not
stuff.
the actual motion.
No,
so
you didn't let me get that sentence out, Madam Mayor. If you had, you would have heard what I said.
Yeah.
But I wish you'd cut the left of the chamber off as much as you do myself. But thank you very much. Oh, really appreciate that. Thank you. So what I was trying to get at was, instead of discussing what we had there, what we do is we get together well before the meeting, and the left, the Labor Party and all the leftist independents.
Councillor Marquette, you're straying quite a way away from the actual substance of the motion. Yeah. So
no, I'm not. I'm trying to explain to everyone that's watching this why I'm not voting for this amendment.
If you can, okay, you're done?
No, I'm not done. No.
Okay, then if you could keep your comments to the amendment.
If you could stop cutting me off, I can definitely do that. So the reason I will not be voting for this amendment is because what this is, it's a smoke screen to try and put smoke all over the original motion that was sitting there. So then we can't discuss it. Then you can't look at it. The left of this chamber just flows it through. And why was this not given it to us? Actually, I'll stop the time right now. And a question to the author of these 60 to 100 sentences. Please enlighten me. Please enlighten me why you would not bring this up in the briefing and tell all your other colleagues here that you had intentions to do such a thing.
Councillor Marquette, you are in debate. I will address your concern at the end of the debate, but if you can finish you've got 39 seconds.
That was a direct question. It was a direct
and I will address that when you're finished.
Well, can I please ask another question of the second, or why he would vote for something he hasn't consumed?
Councillor Marquette, you're in debate.
No, I'm not. I'm asking a question.
All right, so your time is up. Thank you, Councillor Marquette. I will just respond to your concern. I did mention in the briefing before the meeting that I was likely to move an amendment and that I was still finalising the wording. So I apologise that you didn't get that wording in advance, but I did flag that in the discussion prior to this meeting. Next, Councillor Gale, are you speaking on this?
Madam Chair, I'm at a loss as to why a seconder of an amendment gets to speak before the seconder of the motion that was live and that was moved.
It's part of the meeting procedure. Councillor Gale, did you want to speak to this amendment?
Well, look, I think it's fairly poor form that this very lengthy amendment wasn't sent through via email prior to this meeting. Certainly, Councillor Marquette has a point. Why wasn't this brought up in the briefings that we all attended so that we can have an understanding as to what's actually live in front of us? We can't go through this lengthy amendment in time to be able to vote as transparently as what we could if you'd sent it through via email. Look, I'm going to speak against the amendment because it's come last minute. The motion that Councillor Best had up that I seconded is what I would prefer to go through. So I'll just state some facts on the record there. We know that the public submissions, there was 939 unique submissions, 77% seeking to repeal the War Act. So this is just information for the public now, but I'm disgusted with the way this was thrown up, this amendment. What we know is that there's 713 airfields in Australia, 30 similar to Warnervale, and that Warnervale was the only one with its own individual legislation. New South Wales Government, and I'd like to echo Councillor Best with regards to thanking Minister Stokes and Parliamentary Secretary Adam Crouch for supporting and facilitating the review, has agreed to accept all the recommendations of the review of the review report. Again, echoing what has been said by a couple of my colleagues, I'm really concerned about the safety. If a plane goes down, it's on all of our heads. And I cannot fathom why we haven't been able to address this as a board. Some of those review recommendations were clarity of governance, clarity of legislative hierarchy. We need to clarify our position of a business plan and operations plan for the airport. We need time for council to provide the strategic direction to our operational staff and meet our good governance requirements with an operational plan. And I'd like to highlight and take the opportunity to thank the Aero Club, CEO Andrew Smith, board members, those in the community that have advocated and are so passionate about the airport, because there has been a huge divide, and let's not let that go unnoticed, in this council for those that have supported a business plan for this particular airport. And there's those of us that are still standing strong and asking transparently for that to be one of our primary objectives. So I am against this amendment, of which I do not have time on the floor to read in detail, and I will vote against, and I'm for the original motion, of which I was put my hand up to be seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Holstein, you had a question. Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just in the process of trying to type something in. I didn't think anyone's ever going to come back to us. The confusion, I'm a bit flabbergasted too. I haven't seen this. I don't know how it's digested at the last minute. I find that difficulty in trying to understand what the amendment is. But I'll go back to the original motion as well, where I haven't seen the original motion where Councillor Best has said he took in reference to the staff's comments and adjusted his motion. I can't see it all. It only showed part of what Councillor Best, and it flicked through. I'd like to see, before I vote, on either Councillor Best's change motion and then also on an amendment, which I haven't had time to digest either. So can we move up to the front of Councillor Best's motion, please? What's changed there? We've still got 1, 2, 3.
Councillor Holstein, no, we can't. We're dealing with an amendment. And so we're not going to flick between amendments and motions.
How can I deal with the amendment, which I only, just like everybody else, got at the last minute? I can't support. And I'm trying to get back to the motion because I've got to compare which one you want my vote. But bottom line, I'm the meat and the sandwich. My vote won't matter which way it goes. It's never gone before.
So, Councillor Holstein, can we just clarify?
I'm getting frustrated with this.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Can we just clarify your question? What was your particular question in relation to the...
I couldn't see, Councillor Best made the comment that in line with the staff report which we received, with the with comments made, 1 to 4, they might be called brownie points or look at me points, but they weren't relevant to council's decision. But there was issues of 5, legal advice. There was issues on 6 and comparisons to the airports. I did see that. 6 and 8 were taken in, and I thanks for that. And 9 was another one. Well, it didn't really matter. And the 10 I don't have a problem with as well because it refers back to 6 and 8. But I'm trying to see. Councillor Best said he made the changes.
So my understanding,
and I can't see them.
Yep, so my understanding from Councillor Best, and he can possibly clarify, is that the changes were adding locations that staff had referenced in their response. I thought was one of the changes.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, can I ask those through you to Councillor Best to highlight those changes that he made again, because they weren't clear to me?
Yep, okay, we'll do that, Councillor
I don't have a copy of that, like I don't have a copy of this amendment.
Yep, we'll do that. Councillor Best, were you able to clarify your changes to your original motion that was in the report?
Thank you, Chris, for your question. I've got 3 screens running. The staff have given commentary under Mr. Murphy's office, and what I did, Chris, was I took on board the airport locations in 7 that 4 comparable airports identified by the reviewer were Casino, Councillor, I don't know, I'm trying to pronounce it, Holston and Tottenham. I added those into the motion. And yeah, and I took almost all of the other ones out. I left 2 in, Tamworth and Armidale, I think, just for reference points. Both my lines, both in the motion and in the staff recommendation, are both staff recommendations. I didn't just craft it by myself. But anyway, the staff can chat among themselves why I got 2 lists. But look, I did that and I've changed it. Also too, there was almost a typo, and as the staff said, not a material difference, is that the 3 points that this document came up with, Chris, the 3 points, the 3 recommendations, 1 to 3, I extracted them from a press release. And if you extract them from the minister's release, they're slightly different, but not materially different. But I actually got those changed as well for accuracy for you. So the only changes that I made.
Thank you. So I understand they are the ones.
Thank you.
Now you have adjusted them in accordance with Mr. Murphy. The only thing I didn't see, Councillor Best, I wanted to clarify with you. You remember in the report that we received back in regard to this, there was a bottom line recommendation that the executive officer prepare a council briefing on a high level strategic options for the airport site and a subsequent council report to resolve strategic intent into the Central Coast Airport. Now, you did see that on the report that we received on Friday. Have you incorporated that anywhere within your motion?
Well, I don't think it's there, no. If you want to add it in, I'm more than happy to hear.
Well, you can't add it in at the moment. So I think the answer is no, Councillor Holstein.
No, it wasn't added in. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Holstein, how are we going?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I will now debate the item. Start the clock, staff. I would be asking the mover of the motion whether you would add as a part of
Councillor Holstein, we're not talking about the motion, we're talking about the amendment. So that's what you need to be debating.
Okay, well, I'll just had my response in the chat box been answered first, I would have got there before we got to the amendment, but I wasn't given that opportunity, which
I understand. Yes,
so I will talk to the amendment. What's frustrating is, thanks for the changes, Councillor Best. I've been able to digest that along with the staff's report in time. I have not been able to digest the amendment that has been put up by Councillors Smith and McGregor. This is the frustration I have with this, the airport, and understanding all this is the ability for us to have a conversation. And I respect that my criticism of that was in the early motions of going to meetings would be better if we all came together to discuss it. In other words, strategically look at that. But not everybody seems to want to be able to do that. I do say to my colleagues, when you have an amendment in, I honestly need to take time to digest it. It is really hard when we throw something in at the 11th hour. I can't support the amendment. I do at least can see now that the original motion has taken in staff suggestions, and that I accept, providing that if the amendment's lost, which I don't think will be the case, I would seek before the motion is then put, be it the original one, for that addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillors, I will just explain the amendment again, because I understand councillors are feeling that they haven't had a chance to read it. And so I will go through it just one more time, just to be very clear. Can I just check, could staff just scroll to the beginning? And you can take the clock off me because this is just for clarification. So councillors, part 1, literally just cut and paste of the 3 recommendations from the panel. Okay, so literally just a cut and paste. So their first recommendation was the repeal of the War Act, depending on the timing, and the suspension of the flight movement restrictions. Recommendation 2 from the War Act review was to ensure community confidence. The review recognises the War Act is valued by some community members who are distrustful of the local council based on its actions over many years. If the War Act is repealed, the review report recommends a set of actions to alleviate this community distrust and establish a clear framework for the governance of operations and change management of the airport. That's a cut and paste from the review. And the third recommendation from the review is urgent safety recommendation. The review report's third recommendation is that urgent works are needed to be undertaken to modify vegetation height to the north of the runway, which the review report states creates a risk to safety and limits the usable length of runway. So they are the three recommendations. The next part of the motion seeks to address each of those recommendations from the review. So the recommendation 1 about repealing the War Act, it has that council notes that the New South Wales government has accepted that recommendation, but only the New South Wales government can repeal the War Act. Council can't. So it just notes that that is the responsibility of the government. Council can't repeal legislation. Councillor Best, what's your point of order?
Madam Chair, you are a stickler for the rules and you should abide by them. You are now taking 5 minutes of our time to read through your motion, press a case and outline the basis and benefits of it without any resolution for council for an extension of time. If I were to ask you, well, that you are not complying with the code of meeting practice, you are not speaking in order, you are giving yourself 5 minutes of time, which you would not give me, and that is not fair to the chamber. The council should resolve to give you that time or you don't do this. I should have 5 minutes to tell everybody what my motion's about. Is that what's going to happen?
Councillor Best, let me just clarify. It's not a point of order because the code of meeting practice. No. If you'll allow the chair to speak, the code of meeting practice says that a councillor can explain a motion that is unclear. A number of councillors have expressed that the amendment is unclear, and therefore, under the code of meeting practice, I am permitted to take that time to explain the amendment.
So if I write an unclear motion, then I can talk for 5 more minutes.
Councillor Best. So councillors, part 2 was just addressing the second recommendation of the War Review, which stated that council needed to clarify its position on the ALA. And so what that second part of the motion seeks to do is clarify the position. It reaffirms that the airport is classified as an aircraft landing area. It officially renames it that way so that there's no confusion. It reaffirms that the maximum length of the runway is 1200. It states that maintenance works can be undertaken. There was some confusion from staff or some uncertainty about what works could or couldn't be done at the ALA. And so this clarifies that maintenance works can be undertaken. And yes, there is still a need to define that. And it also reaffirms council's commitment to generate employment opportunities adjacent to the landing strip. And then part 3 addresses the recommendation from the War Review about the trees and the safety hazard that or the risk associated with the trees. It notes that council is actively seeking to address the issue, and this, Councillor Holstein, is what staff included in their response, their CEO response, noting the actions that were being undertaken currently. So that's literally a cut and paste from the staff's response to Councillor Best's motion. The next part, again, aligns with Councillor Best's motion in that it asks the CEO to report on what actions and legal mechanisms are available to enable the release of the details of the confidential settlement. That's basically from Councillor Best's motion. And the last one is just to have a councillor workshop to look at options for the licence with the Aero Club and also the management and operation of the site. So that's clarifying the amendment. I'll go back. Councillors, we have exceeded time, but I presume that councillors would like an extension of time to make sure that we fully canvass this. So move Councillor Vincent, seconded Councillor Sundstrom. We'll extend for 10 minutes in the first instance, and then if necessary, we can continue. Question, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. I'm just looking through your recommendations in this thing and your responses to the urgency thing. My question is to the CEO or maybe to legal governance. At what point would we be absolved as directors or councillors in the event there was an accident and a death? What I don't see in this or any of the motions is that it says Well, first of all, for the record, I want to put on record on that's recorded that I did not vote to not trim the trees, and so I've taken some action to mitigate that. As an employer, I understand the workplace safety rules. If one of my employees was to die, if it's for me being negligent or not acting against their safety, I could be put up on manslaughter charges. And I'm just wondering to the CEO, what protection do we have as councillors if a pilot does get killed tomorrow and we haven't exercised with urgency and against the recommendations to trim the trees? I can't see how this will stack up in a coroner's court. So could I have that? Can I have that, Mr. Murphy? Thanks.
Yep. Mr. Murphy, did you want to respond to that?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor McLaughlin, you've raised a number of issues there that really legal counsel would be best placed to advise. It is not a clear issue as you have raised. There are a number of responsibilities that pilots themselves need to take on board, as well as that of the operator. So I'm sorry, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that. It would require some legal discussion that I can't go into right at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. I would like to be put on public record that I initially voted against not trimming the trees, or voted to have the trees trimmed, and I'm not in favour of anything that doesn't expedite that. Just pure on a pure common sense risk management basis. I just think this is the only room in Australia, or the only Zoom room in Australia that would disregard a risk that's so high. I think our insurers would throw us out the door.
Councillor McLaughlin, I might just ask if through the CEO or Mr. Bolgoff could respond to what is being done in regards to that risk, because I think a number of blanket statements are being made that are perhaps not truly reflecting the current circumstances and the work that staff are doing. So through the CEO, Mr. Bolgoff, are you able to just clarify what staff are currently doing to address that issue?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The advice that we have certainly been given in the past is in relation to the responsibility of the pilot. So ultimately in these cases, as there is information on the ERSA and the NOTAMs, that does have information to inform pilots in relation to what hazards might well be at a particular airport. So that is already included for advice to pilots in the area. As has been mentioned tonight, there has been environmental assessments done in relation to the Sparks Road area relating to the trees and the impact there. So there is some trees that are impacting on that OLS plane that goes through from the runway. So as I've mentioned earlier tonight too, in response to Councillor Best, a requirement is advice that I've received. Preliminary advice is in relation to having to complete the environmental assessment before a legislative Part 5 assessment is undertaken, before then works can then be done to trim or cut any of the trees down to comply with some of the OLS requirements. So as that's essentially where we're at in relation to having the trees trimmed in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillors, I have a few people waiting to ask questions. Councillor Sundstrom, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is this situation, the legal situation, is a bit of a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation. In fairness, I'd like to ask the staff, let's pretend that the issue of the trees was never a matter of concern during the period of the administration. if it was raised with us within the first couple of meetings that this council had, and the elected body gave instructions to the ELT to commence without any consideration to go on to private land and trim those trees, what legal ramifications would that have for this council?
Through the CEO to, I think, Mr. Bolgoff.
Through you, Deputy Chair, Madam Chair, to Councillor Sundstrom. It'd be like any breach of legislation. If there was an illegal act, there'd be a process put in place. Could be fines, could be worse than that as well. So any advice that I give councillors, we do not breach any legal requirements, and what's been put in front certainly me at this point in time, and council at this point in time, is that there is a process that needs to be undertaken, and we can't just go in and illegally remove trees. It sends certainly a poor message to the community if that was done by a legislative body.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillor Marquette, I think you had a question. Let me just get your microphone. Councillor Marquette.
Through you, Madam Chair, through to Mr. Murphy, CEO, I just wanted to get staunch clarification in regards to what the question that came through before from Councillor McLaughlin. We've seen issues before. Funding water, not coal, $200,000 funds. Where there's been an issue with the votes. We've got houses falling in the sea. We've had floods at the entrance. We've had issue after issue. I for one, believe I've voted the right way every time on the right side of this, but I'm not going to put my neck on the line and my business on the line and my family on the line if this death trap does kill a pilot tomorrow. So I'd like to put the question to you: have I got a protection if I sincerely vote against this? Or do I have more protection if I take these off my ears and leave this meeting right now? Because if I've got more protection in that regard, I'm going to do so.
Mr. Murphy.
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Marquette, again, that's a difficult one. The issue of surcharge has been raised before, and it's not really clear. I guess it would be up to councillors to determine whether there's new information that has come to light in this meeting that hasn't been made available to councillors in the past. In terms of whether a councillor's voting record counts for or against that, again, only time will tell. I'm sorry, I'm not being very clear, but I guess this part of law is very obtuse and is really only tested in the courts. I think, just going back to what Mr. Bolgoff was saying, if you have a look at the Civil Aviation Authority guidelines for aeroplane landing areas, an aircraft shall not land or take off from any place unless the pilot is satisfied that they can do so safely. So I don't want to diminish the responsibility that council has in operating an aircraft landing area, but there is also the obligation on the pilot as to how that proportionality is determined. That will be for a court to decide. But as Mr. Bolgoff has pointed out, the approach that council has taken has been based on advice, and that is what we are acting on at this point.
Okay, well, another question for you then, Mr. Murphy. The original motion before the amendment in 6C notes address the safety issues affecting the runway. That's obviously more deliberate. It's pointed what we're doing. Is there anything in this amendment, anything that suggests we're going to address the safety issues that we're talking about here, which is not removing, as Mr. Bolgoff made it sound like we're going to take a chainsaw to the bottom of the trunks. It's trimming trees so bloody planes can land. Is there anything in this amendment that allows that to happen?
Through you,
well, you
Madam,
probably haven't had a chance to read it either. But.
I'm just having a look. Certainly, in terms of item 1, the urgent safety recommendation that comes out of the report. And again, as I said, we spoke to the reviewer about that, and we asked pointedly the question whether that recommendation gave council any pathway to carry out any urgent works, and the response was no. Council had to follow a process. So in terms of, I can only read 2 at the moment, so if the staff can scroll down to the rest of the amendment, please. I think in recommendation 3, and the mover of the motion can comment. Recommendation 3 to council, note the progress to date. Council received an up-to-date survey. Council will provide a report to council as per the resolution, etc., etc.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Councillor Holstein, I think you had a question. Let me just get your microphone. Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Chair. The question was to the amendment. As I've said, I've had time to, haven't had sufficient time, and it was just in regard to the do the officers see any major issues with the amendment as it's put up in regard to, and I know you've talked about issues of planes and the responsibility of pilots as well, understand all that, but are there any aspects of the amendment that would cause concern to the staff? I saw the comments in regard to the original notice of motion, took them on board, and I asked the same question of the staff now at short notice. What do they see in the amendment that may cause concern?
Through the CEO, Mr. Bolgoff.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, Councillor Holstein. Certainly reviewing the proposal and in relation to the safety in particular, it does note that there is active work being undertaken. So it is, I see that as reflecting that, you know, the staff are continuing to undertake the process, which is lawful, with the end goals to addressing the OLS and the impact on those trees. That's my interpretation of what parts of recommendation 3 certainly does identify. In relation to item or recommendations 1 and 2 in the commentary that the Deputy Mayor has provided in relation to that, certainly have no issues in relation to noting that the New South Wales government is responsible for recommendation 1, and recommendation 2 looks at some clarification around the definition of the airport or the aircraft landing area. So it gives us some intent for what has to happen there and define some of the maintenance, what needs to be considered in an airport sort of master plan in the future. So it hasn't restricted maintenance in relation to some of the definitions there. So I don't have any issues with what's been put up, as it is legal.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillor Holstein? No, you're done?
Sorry, the only other comment is the same I came back to. It would be good to be able to digest these earlier. It really is frustrating, Madam Mayor. Deputy
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councillor Holstein. Councillors, we have expired our extended time. I think there are just a couple of councillors that haven't had an opportunity to speak that are on the list. So in fairness, because of the significance of the issue, I will just check if there are any councillors who have not had the opportunity to speak that did want to speak before we go to a vote on the amendment. Sorry. Councillor Greenaway, were you wanting to speak? Councillor Greenaway.
Yeah, just briefly. The first point relates to the ALA. That was only changed from, I think, Warrnambool Airport to Central Coast Airport in 2016. And I just feel the term airport is problematic in that it's calling it something which it really is not. And I feel that this is a bit of a pattern with the airport, like the council called the extension maintenance, the department actually called it unauthorised clearing. So people may not understand what an ALA is, but by just seeing the sign there, they'll twig that something's changed, that something's different. And I just think it's important, if we're going to try to regain the trust of the community, that we speak in accurate language. So I really think it might seem window dressing, but I think at the end of the day, it is quite a significant thing to do. In regard to the trees, I just think the whole point here is that council has to comply with the law. Now, we've seen what happens when council doesn't comply with the law. As you know, we could get fined, it's bad for our reputation, all sorts of things. You know, we're trying to have the community trust us. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to show that we will follow due process, that we will get permission before we do things. And so I just think that that's another really important thing. And just a point that I just can't let go, to make out that this is some sort of a sudden or new emergency is a little bit ridiculous, because minutes of a meeting back in 2003, in the glory days of Councillor Best's mayoralty 17 years ago, the trees were raised as an issue. So we've had people in the chamber saying that the trees have been trimmed for years. Some people have said they've been trimmed for years, but the Aero Club couldn't find any records of this trimming, and council couldn't find any records of the trimming. People who look at the trees, who have knowledge about trees, even people who don't have a lot of knowledge, you know, when you see trees that have been trimmed under power lines and they're all misshapen and ugly, the trees north of the airport are fine specimens. I can't understand how people would look at those and think they've been trimmed. So I'm just a bit concerned that we're going to have all these people suing us and all this sort of thing. I mean, this is an issue that's been going on for years. Now, trees reach their maximum height after a certain number of years. So if they were a problem 17 years ago, I'm not sure that people are now suggesting what they've doubled in size. I mean, I just find this argument so ridiculous. It's, you know, when we talk about trying to get the trust of the community, I think we need to talk in ways that at least have credibility. And as a result, I just think people need to calm down and show that we are following process, which I believe started around 12 months ago to get permission to remove these, to trim these trees. So I'm assuming it must be fairly imminent. I don't know whether staff can speak to that.
Councillor Greenaway, I do just need to bring you to a close. Your time
I
is
can
up.
close right there, but I'm happy to ask that question if the staff know that. If the process started 12 months ago, is it a process that normally goes for much longer than that? Are we going to get this permission soon?
Councillor Greenaway, I will just clarify that the staff provided some information in the response that indicated a final report was expected soon, but through the CEO, Mr. Bolgoff, is there any sort of specific time frame on that?
Yeah, what's soon amount to?
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Greenaway, we have expected the environmental review to be with us immediately, actually, probably before now. So we are clarifying a few minor things in relation to that. Once we have that, the process of legal advice should only take a couple of weeks, and then certainly be able to provide some advice back to council in relation to that immediately after. So yeah, the critical path is certainly in relation to this environmental review. I'd say within the 4 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Bolgoff. Councillors, I am going to put the amendment moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McGregor. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent and Councillor Mertens. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Councillor Marquette, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Gale, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Burke, Councillor Holstein. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will use my casting votes to for the amendment. The amendment now becomes the motion. I'll put the motion, which is the amendment. All in favour of that, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Mertens. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Councillor Marquette, Gale, Pillen, Best, McLaughlin and Burke. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we might just adjourn there for a 10-minute break. Sorry, Councillor Marquette. Yes, Councillor Marquette? Sorry, yep.
Division on that last one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Sure, Councillor Marquette. Division called by, I think, Councillor Marquette and Councillor Gale it was. So all in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, McGregor, Sundstrom, Hogan, Vincent, Holstein, Mertens and Greenaway. Those opposed? Councillor Marquette, Pillen, Gale, Best, McLaughlin and Burke. The motion's carried. Councillors, we will adjourn just for 10 minutes. So if we could have you back here at 9:30. Thank you very much, councillors. All right, thank you, councillors. We will resume the meeting. So we are down to item 5.3, notice of motion, Wombrel North entrance, artificial reefs to the rescue. So I need a mover and a seconder. Move Councillor Pillen, seconded. Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Pillen, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I'd just like to put up an amendment, please, to the original motion that has been run briefly past Directors Cox and Martello this afternoon. I appreciate their late support, and it's been given to councillor support as well.
Has it been given to councillors?
It hasn't been given to councillors as a very last minute thing. Sorry, I wasn't at the briefing because I'm in Sydney and wasn't available for the briefing this afternoon as I was at training, of course.
So Councillor Pillen, could you just explain
it's very
the differences?
Basic. It's very basic.
Yeah.
It's just been changed down to 3 points. The first point is the council via the Chief Executive Officer seek findings and report from the Gold Coast Council on the success of artificial reefs in providing beach protection and any additional economic and social benefits from increased surfing, fishing, kayaking, diving measures that may be of benefit to coastal erosion issues on the Central Coast. Point 2, it states that the council notes that to receive any government grant funding for potential artificial reefs, they must be defined in the Coastal Management Plan due by the end of 2021. And point 3, that staff, together with stakeholders, include artificial reefs and sand nourishment under stage 3 when evaluating options to be included in the Coastal Management Plan.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. Did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I would just like to thank both our speakers tonight, Justin Hickey and Kieran O'Doherty, for speaking passionately, both for and against the original motion tonight. It's important that all interested and local community members are involved in these ongoing erosion processes, particularly at Wombrel and North Entrance, with an open and respectful discussions. Including any solutions that we may have moving forward. I will note that both speakers were supportive of potentially considering artificial reefs tonight as a possible option for protection of our beaches, which is the purpose of our motion. Ultimately, none of us want to see extensive beach erosion, which is why Manly Hydraulics have now been engaged to consult with the community, seeking the best solutions moving forward. This motion from Councillor McLaughlin and myself, it's not about a revetment wall, it's not about planned retreat, it's not about whether to build or not to build an artificial reef. It's purely a request for council to obtain information on existing artificial reefs, including the Narrowneck Reef and the Palm Beach, which is underway in Queensland, and to consider artificial reefs as a potential option when looking at any further protection measures and beach nourishment for our coastline, in particular, obviously Wombrel and North Entrance, where unfortunately we have emergency measures currently in place. Also, to highlight that for the Central Coast Council to obtain any government grants funding, it needs to be in the Coastal Management Plan, which is currently underway and due to be completed by 2021. And finally, just to ensure that artificial reefs and sand nourishment are on the table as a potential option to be discussed with staff and our local stakeholders under stage 3 when evaluating options to be included in the Coastal Management Plan, which was part of the staff report to all councillors. Whilst this amendment has taken out individual stakeholders such as the board riders groups, it's not trying to take them out. We just don't want to make sure that we haven't left any stakeholders out. So I would encourage all groups to be involved with an open mind, looking forward at a holistic approach to this beach erosion. This is basically about keeping our options open. I will say that community does everything in its power to protect family homes and public infrastructure when it comes to homes being built in bushfire regions. In fact, it would be un-Australian not to, I believe, the same consideration should be given to our beachfront owners and protection of our beaches and infrastructure here, and should be looking at innovative ideas on how to achieve this. This is seeking a holistic approach incorporating information from a leading council on beach erosion in Queensland that may be of benefit to our region when it comes to beach nourishment, improved recreation for locals, improved mental health through sports such as surfing, fishing, diving, and economic benefits to local businesses through added tourism. There's been a lot of public support around this issue, and that we know coastal erosion is a major issue for our region, and that we also know that surfing pumps in millions of dollars to the Gold Coast economy. So it would be great to see councillors get on board with this. It's a simplified motion, and it's purely seeking a report from Gold Coast Council, looking at putting into the coastal management plan to be able to get grants and basically to ensure that stakeholders are brought along the way with us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. I do have a couple of questions, but Councillor McLaughlin, did you want to speak now, or did you want to hear questions?
I'll speak now, if I may.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Thanks for allowing us to bring this forward. And basically, what we're asking council is just to be open-minded about what new technologies are available. There's no doubt about it. The Gold Coast leads the country, probably leads the world in many ways in their coastal erosion issues. They recognised years ago the value of their beaches and the financial input of what it brings to their economy, and especially the surfing economy. They've actually produced a surf management plan to work alongside their beach nourishment plan. They're proactive in what they do, and I think as a council, we certainly have the problem. We have the beach erosion problem. Let's look at not just one idea. Let's look at everything that's on the table, and let's see what other council have done. They've just finished their Palm Beach reef, and they're built primarily for erosion. But once again, surfing was incorporated into that design, and that was built 20 years after they first built Narrowneck. They wouldn't build their second reef if their first reef wasn't successful. And so I think there must be some merit in it. And I think as a council, we could look to the Gold Coast and at least have their policies, have a look at what their policies are and what their surf management plan is and what their economic input is on the Kira sand bypass that's been very successful in the Tweed. From the Tweed River sand bypass system, we have an opportunity geographically with the entrance and north entrance and the entrance channel sand dredging. That's something we may be able to emulate in our coastal management practice. But importantly, what Councillor Pillen has made inquiries through to the government is that it must be included in our coastal management plan for us to seek grants funding. And that so importantly, I take note of what the staff response is, and that we do have to do a new plan by 2021. And so what this motion is doing is actually making sure that we tick all the boxes and we look at all the technologies that are available to us, and that we do actually add something like this into our new plans for the 2021 period. And that's basically what this motion is. So we ask you to be open-minded and ask you to look for information from what the other councils are. They'll come back with a report. No doubt there'll be some input from Public Works and things like that. It may work for us, it may not work for us, but let's at least have a look at it. So I would ask you to support this and let's just see what the other councils are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. A couple of questions. Councillor Holstein, you had a question?
Through you, Chair, to the staff. I note that in the original report that came back, the staff recommendation was concerned about operational resources that were not currently planned for within the operational plan. Bearing in mind that Councillor Pillen has changed this, clearly indicating that it will be necessary to be defined within the CMP and to be available for government grant funding, do the officers still have the same concern with this reduced motion as they did with the original one?
Through the CEO, Mr. Cox.
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Holstein, it's probably more consistent with the response given by staff. In the staff recommendation, it said that given this program of works will be considered as part of the development of a new coastal management plan. The fact is that it's been revised to be part of the coastal management works. The biggest concern initially with the initial notice of motion was the timing, that if it was to be expected to be done now, yes, there would be duplicity in cost and resources, and something would have to be compromised, at least if it can be part of the coastal management plan where it's likely that an artificial reef consideration may be given to some hotspots. At least it can be done in a coordinated way.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. And with those comments, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question through you to the mover of the motion. And it's based in, and with an appreciation that they come to us with a more simplified and much better notice of motion than what appears in the business paper, and I thank them for that. But part one looks for only the good. It seeks information from Gold Coast Council about the success, and it speaks about adding economic or social benefits and increased surfing, fishing, etc. Just as tonight we've had end users come in and speak to us about what they think about certain aspects of council business, the Gold Coast Council would have local residents that are using or unable to use the facilities that council has provided. If you do some...
Councillor Sundstrom, can I just check whether you're in debate or asking a question?
Well, I'm setting up a question because I just...
Can I just step in and answer that? Is that okay, Madam Mayor? I understand what you're saying there, Councillor Sundstrom. And actually, I do have just to sum up, because I didn't have time to say that there, but I totally agree with you. Part of, in summing up, was just that we have this opportunity to seek information of success stories, but also to learn from any improvements should they need to be made, and where, you know, if there has been detrimental things come about, that we also learn from that and keep working on new technology so that we can learn from where there has been mistakes made in the past. Obviously, Councillor McLaughlin has just stated the time difference in the first one to the second one, and it wouldn't be done if there wasn't benefits. But obviously, they've learnt this second time as well. So we can always be learning and always looking for new innovation. So I totally agree with you. It's not just about the benefits. We've got to look at that as well.
Councillor Pillen, I'll just check whether that, and look, appreciate the information. Councillor Sundstrom, was that where your specific question was heading, or did you have something else?
Yes, it was, but I'd like to suggest maybe an amendment if the mover would accept that, that the Chief Executive Officer seek information from stakeholders and from end users about the success or otherwise of artificial reefs. And I think that will encapsulate what I'm looking for. And Councillor Pillen, does that sit well with you?
Sorry, Councillor Pillen, I'll just unmute you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, given that I agree with that, we can't just look at the benefits. I don't see an issue with that, but I will just run that by Councillor McLaughlin, given he's a joint co-writer on the motion, if he's happy enough with that.
Councillor McLaughlin, are you happy?
Yeah.
We haven't quite got the wording on the board, but you're happy with the intent?
Can I talk? Yeah.
Yep.
What about instead of you removing the word success and just writing, because you have to have someone that has some authority. So the Gold Coast Council has an authority. They've collated all this information. A user can be someone on the beach that just doesn't like it. So if you just remove the word success and change it to the operations or the workings of their artificial reefs, would that be suffice, Chair?
Councillor Sundstrom, is that your intent?
Look, for myself, no. I think that Gold Coast Council would have pride of ownership of the work that they've done, and their glowing report may not be the same as, say, you know, a journalist from Swellnet or one of the local board writers groups.
Councillor Sundstrom, can we just pin down some wording to reflect what you actually want, and that might make it a little bit easier for Councillor Pillen and McLaughlin to agree. So what particular wording were you looking for?
Okay.
So the staff have added a part 4.
Okay.
Is that specific enough? Or can you fine tune that? And then we'll just see if Councillor Pillen and McLaughlin are happy to accept it.
Yeah, well, I'd say stakeholders and end users rather than all.
And I think Mr. Cox was going to contribute something. Mr. Cox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the councillors prefer to substitute the word success with the word performance?
Sure. Yes, I'm happy with that. I mean, we can't.
Sorry, Councillor Pillen, I'll just manage this a little bit. Councillor Sundstrom, does that address your concern?
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Yes, it does, as long as we maintain that we seek information from other groups apart from. I'd love to hear what the Gold Coast Council have to say about it, but yeah, we need to hear from the other groups as well. So it's not.
All right. So just to help with this, in part 1, and Councillor Pillen, this does come back to you for your approval, of course, but where it's got seek findings report from Gold Coast Council and other stakeholders on the artificial reefs. Mr. Cox, was that your word? Just take out success, or did you have something
yeah,
else?
substitute. Yeah, it was only substitute success with the word performance.
Okay. Other stakeholders regarding the performance of artificial reefs. And remove 4. Yes, remove 4. Councillor Pillen, what do you think?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Cox, I am just mindful of getting the information without too much work for staff, whether you think it's sufficient to just run it by the Gold Coast Council, that they would have these results both for and against, or do you, how do you then go out to stakeholders? Do you put it out there to, how do you define which stakeholders you go to? I would imagine the council would have any reports through from people that have had issues in the past or are supportive. What's your thoughts? I'll be led by you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we would consult with different parts of the Gold Coast Council. Obviously, different parts of their business units would have, I suppose, dealing with different stakeholders, their environmental management unit, their coastal unit, and as opposed with their tourism or recreation units. So we'd get feedback from a number of their business units within council, and through those business units, they would identify appropriate people, stakeholders to speak with in the community.
Okay, thank you. Based on that response, I think if we just leave it as the Gold Coast Council as based
so
on.
You want to remove and other stakeholders, is that correct?
Correct, thank you.
All right, it is your motion, so we'll take that out. I suppose, yeah, Councillor Sundstrom, you have the opportunity to move an amendment if you wish, but
yeah, I will move amendment.
Wasn't necessarily suggesting it, I was just pointing it, but if that's what you want to do.
Madam, can I, before it's thrown to Councillor Sundstrom, that should be run by Councillor McLaughlin as well, please.
The original, the wording, Councillor Pillen, is that what you're suggesting? So let me just take stock of where we are. So Councillor Sundstrom wants to add and other stakeholders. You as the mover of motion are not accepting that. So really it's not up to Councillor McLaughlin. If you as the mover of the motion don't accept it, then it doesn't really matter what Councillor McLaughlin thinks.
It was it was put in as co-write. So usually that's the case that you also check.
Okay, Councillor McLaughlin, do you have a different view?
Yes, I'd happily accept Jeff's and other stakeholders. If Councillor Pillen would agree with it, I think if you want to, you can find a negative in anything, go for it, or you can find a positive. There'll be pros and cons, and there'll be pros and cons whichever way you look at it. There won't be 100% either way. So by all means, yeah, this is a learning curve. If there's negatives to learn from, let's learn from them. So I would consult with my joint author and ask her to reconsider and maybe we accept the Councillor Sunstron's input and move on.
Yep, let's move on. Thank you. It's it was more for staff that, yeah, they would have that information, but that's all good. Let's run with that.
I'm sure Jeff will do some research for us.
All right, so just for our meeting support staff, that means you're going back to that one and putting and other stakeholders back in part one. Councillor Pillen and Councillor McLaughlin are accepting that change. So, yeah. All right, I think I do have still a couple of other people waiting in line. So Councillor Marquette, I think you were next. Let me just find you. Councillor Marquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question through you to staff. As Councillor McLaughlin said, this is about getting information to see how we remedy a problem. But I did want to bring up just one of our speakers tonight, Mr. O'Doherty, who is a very seemed like he was a very knowledgeable guy, and he had some good conversation. I think it was with Councillor Pillen during questioning. So I'm certainly not picking on him in any way, but he did bring up planned retreat. He believed planned retreat was a great option. So there'd be 35 residents there or homeowners that are probably sweating right now. And they've seen the way that planned retreats, I've tried to put in many times that the Central Coast Council doesn't agree with planned retreat. It's been voted down on, I think, now 6 occasions. So can staff, probably through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Cox, confirm that the rectification for Wombrel is not going to be planned retreat?
Councillor Marquette, I'll give some latitude. It's not particularly relevant to the motion that's on the screen, but through the CEO, Mr. Cox, did you want to provide? Well, yeah, but it's not part of the motion. What you're speaking to is the motion. Mr. Cox, did you want to make any comments in response?
Through you, Madam Chair, the only comment I'd like to make is that Council's engaged a consultant to do a design for a long-term solution at Wombrel in accordance with the Council resolution, and that's what we're actioning at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Councillors, the next person I've got, Councillor Greenaway, did you want to speak on this?
I did, Madam Chair, just very briefly. Good to see that this motion has had input and agreement between the parties. That's always a positive. But my only concern is mainland Australia has a coastline of over 35,000 kilometres, and this coastline is extremely diverse. It includes vast sandy beaches, rocky shores, tidal flats, estuaries and bays. The type of coastline, as well as things like the tides, the winds and the current, need to be considered in determining the best methods to mitigate erosion of the Central Coast beaches. Now, everyone's probably agreeing with me to that point. So I'm just a bit concerned that any recommendation or endorsement or focus on what may have been implemented in one particular location somewhere else may give rise to unrealistic expectations that it's like a one size fits all and will work here. So I don't want to vote against people trying to find solutions, but I'm quite concerned that we're just focusing on the Gold Coast and just focusing on this type of artificial reef. So I'm not sure what else could be included in the CMP, so it could be also available for potential grant funding. But is that something either Councillor Pillen or Councillor McLaughlin or anyone else has considered? Because I'm just, is there anything else we can add to this motion as other potential ways to address what's happening on the coast?
Councillor Pillen, were you wanting to respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor Greenway. Look, I understand and agree with you as well. This is why we're seeking the information. Look, it may not suit our coastal line. It could be completely different to that of the Gold Coast, but it's definitely worth approaching we're not the experts. It's definitely worth approaching the engineers and checking with them what is working on the Gold Coast, what's not working, whether it would suit our coastline down here. That's a matter for the engineers and not for us. So it's purely just a basic motion to bring this on the table and make sure that we are looking at that. Look, if anyone's got any other suggestions, I'm open to it, but obviously we're not just going to accept what they're doing on the Gold Coast is going to work here. That would need to be considered by experts.
All right, thank you, Councillor Pillen. Thank you, Councillor Greenaway.
I hadn't quite finished, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Greenaway. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So yeah, I guess I have reservations about just focusing on one thing, because you said we'll be getting the information from the Gold Coast, and the Gold Coast may say it's worked fantastically, it's the best thing ever, but that's not necessarily meaning that it will work for us. So even if we get the most positive feedback and everything's ticking every box for the Gold Coast, I would just caution against us going, this is the solution. I don't know how that could be perhaps included in the motion, because once we've noted that we're using this as a potential lever for grant funding, I just think it's sort of indicating that this is the way we're going to go, and it may be the way, but it just looks like we're not keeping the door open for other options.
Councillor Greenaway,
anyway, I'll leave it to other people to maybe come up with some ideas, and I'll think about maybe an amendment later.
I'll just make the comment as chair that my understanding of looking at the motion is that the whole process of the coastal management program is to look at options, and I think this is just incorporating that information as one of the options. So, Mr. Cox, would that be a fair comment?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with that comment.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Councillor Hogan, you were in the chat box. Did you want to speak, or is your matter resolved? I think you just had a suggestion. And so I can't see anything else in the chat box. Is there any, Councillor Sundstrom? Councillor Sundstrom.
Yes, it was just in relation to the question that Councillor Greenaway had, and through you, Madam Chair, to Director Cox. The beauty of including the word performance in the motion, to me, is that that would mean the Gold Coast Council would give us the reasons why, if it's such a success, that it has been such a success, and that would include the bathymetry. Is that the right word? But the surface of the ocean and the tidal drift, the longshore drift, and why it actually works for them, and we could use that information to assess success or otherwise in our location.
Through you, Madam Chair, as Councillor Smith did say, you know, we're not going into the specific details of the performance there. It's just an option to be considered as part of the coastal management plan. And also too, you'd also be looking at some of the characteristics of the beach and the coastline where the artificial reef has been put in on the Gold Coast too, and you'd compare that with the characteristics of a place called Womberall as well too. So you know, there's a whole number of different characteristics you'd look at. And as you say, the performance, there might be a number of different performance measures. That, you know, the one performance measure could be the quality of the surf. Another performance measure could be, well, how effective has the sand nourishment actually been? So it probably covers a number of aspects.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cox. I don't have any other speakers, so I don't think there's been any speakers against Councillor Pillen, so I'm going to put the motion, moved by Councillor Pillen, seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Mertens, Burke, Hogan, Holstein, Marquette, Sundstrom, Pillen, McLaughlin, Gale, Vincent, and I think Councillor Best, you had your hand up a minute ago. Those opposed? Abstentions? Councillor Greenaway. So that motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 5.4, notice of motion, local planning panels changes to operations. I know a number of councillors have declared on this and I think have just left the meeting. So I will move that motion as it appears on the screen and just see if I have a seconder. Doesn't look like I might have a seconder. It may lapse. Councillor Greenaway, thank you for that. Councillors, I won't spend a lot of time on this. I think as the motion outlines, the Minister did announce changes to the way the local planning panels operate. Those changes are largely geared to fast track consideration of planning matters through the planning panels, but there is a real concern amongst many communities about the fact that those changes reduce transparency, put decision making behind closed doors, allow proponents to go have meetings with staff that are sort of during the negotiation process, and that put timeframes that many believe, including some staff at councils, believe are unrealistic and undermine proper planning process. Certainly in the response to this draft notice of motion, the staff did provide a response that they saw that it also increased demands on resources and funding of council. And it would be difficult to see how some of those processes can be put in place effectively when there are 2-week timeframes on making decisions. The planning panels need to get out and do site visits. The reports need to be prepared. It's an unrealistic imposition on the process that undermines community confidence and the planning process itself. So I will move that way. Councillor Greenaway, did you want to speak as seconder of that? Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really need to add anything. I think you covered most of the points very eloquently. I guess my only comment is that when these local planning panels were first proposed, a lot of us considered them highly objectionable, but you know, the state government pretty much told us we had to appoint people to them. So we were given, you know, the list of people and we had to choose. And to think that that was that was our limited input to that, and even with those panels that we weren't happy to have even their powers and the community's ability to be represented at them is being further eroded. So it's a frustrating, disappointing decline, I guess. But anyway, we'll put it to the vote and see how we go.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Councillor Best, I think you have an amendment. Sorry, Councillor Best, just waiting on you. There you go.
Thank you. Before I move the amendment, can I just make a brief comment to what you've put forward? And it's certainly struggle for a seconder. Understand what you're trying to achieve here in consultation with the mountain bike community who are listening intently this evening.
So this isn't the mountain biking motion, this is the planning panel.
I thought you were talking the mountain biking.
Yes.
Oh, you haven't got to that. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. That one's next.
Oh, I'm there's too many screens running in front of me. I apologize. Yeah, well look, I'll speak to that while I'm at it. Why not? Why not? I'm functional, I'm multifunctional. Okay, this is the planning panel. Well, look, I've read this one with great interest, and it's interesting that we find ourselves in this situation. We've now got we've lost our planning powers for DAs. We've got Gosford stripped away from us. We can't manage Wamberal. That's been taken from us. The Airport War Act's been taken into office for some direction. And look, Madam Mayor, you know, you did 2 years as our mayor, and in that time you brought matters into the chamber like fencing issues, not going into the detail of that. Of course, it's not appropriate, but you did bring into the chamber
Councillor
on
Best,
multiple...
I'll let you have a go for a little while, but if you
Good,
could
thank you.
eventually come back to the motion, that'd be good.
Well, you're talking about complaining to the state government, to Mr. Crouch and Mr. Stokes, how terrible it is that our planning powers are being nobbled. Well, I think the behaviour of the child actually reflects the parent's response. And in this case, all we have done is torn up checks and attacked the state government.
We have a point of order. Councillor Vincent. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's probably not going to be a proper point of order, but I'm not clear if Councillor Best is asking a question, if he's speaking for this or against this. He just seems to be rambling off in different directions. Could he be clear on what he's actually doing here?
It's not a point of order, Councillor Vincent, but I will just ask Councillor Best. Councillor Best, I'm actually not sure you've read the motion because...
Well, stop the clock, please. I asked 20 seconds ago to stop the clock.
That's okay. So yeah, I'm not clear whether you've read the motion. So it's about changes to the processes of the local planning panels. And this applies in the Greater Sydney area.
Yep, and we wouldn't be facing a planning panel if we'd actually managed ourselves more professionally. That's my point. You're trying to narrow this down to suggest, oh, well, you don't even know what you're talking about. Councillor Vincent does another objection, which is never in my 10 years I've known him on council, one of his points of order have ever stuck. It just interrupts. The reality here is, councillors, that we wouldn't be talking about planning panels if the state government had confidence in the council to resolve. You wouldn't be fine-tuning and whinging about the way the planning panels are being structured, because we wouldn't have them if the state government had confidence in us. And clearly after Gosford, after Lee Shearer's attempts to work with us, completely went out the window.
Councillor Best, again, you've gone off the point. The point
Why?
of the motion...
Planning panels.
Yeah, it's about processes for planning panels across Greater Sydney. It's not about Gosford. It's not about specifically about the Central Coast.
It's not about how we've operated as to why we've received planning panels.
It's about the operation of the planning panels.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the reason we've got them, regardless of the operation. I mean, talking about chicken and egg here. We wouldn't have them if we actually operated a bit more professionally. That's the point. So, you can go on whinge and carp at the state government, but we've only got ourselves to look in the mirror at. And that's it. That's the reality. Thank you, councillors.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Best. Is there any further discussion or debate? No, I will just close debate. It looks like it may not get up, but I think it is important to note that we do have a responsibility to our community to ensure that planning is transparent and is good decision making. We all also have a responsibility in terms of the resources and the demands on our staff. These changes impose unrealistic and unacceptable burdens and requirements on our staff. I know some of the councillors did bring into the chamber planning matters where they wanted to defend the community's right to have a say, and that's what we should be doing on this motion as well. Thank you, councillors. I'll put the motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Greenway. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Vincent. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Councillor Greenaway, 6. Those opposed?
You buggers.
Councillor Marquette, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Pillen. I actually think that's carried. All right. Thank you, councillors. That motion is carried. Moving on to the next item, Councillor Best, this is the one that you were referring to a little while. It's item 5.5, notice of motion options for a dedicated mountain biking facility. So I will move that motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillors?
For the purposes of debate, I can second it.
Thank you,
if
Councillor Greenway.
Want to proceed with it?
Yep. So, councillors, I will speak to this. I do understand that this isn't going to get up. I don't have the numbers, and I appreciate that. But I did want to speak to it and just explain the basis of this motion. So this motion is very much a genuine attempt to work with the mountain biking community to solve a problem. It recognises that mountain biking is a legitimate sport and activity, However, as known, I do have concerns about the pressure to allow mountain biking in our environmentally sensitive lands. And this motion is about finding solution to that issue, to support the mountain biking community through a dedicated facility, but outside those environmentally sensitive lands. In particular, our COS lands are significant, and they are protected for their environmental values and for passive recreation. Mountain biking is not passive recreation. It causes damage, it displaces other users, and it displaces wildlife. Kincumber Mountain in particular, much of it is identified as endangered ecological communities and regionally significant vegetation. 22 kilometres of a mountain biking track will clear the equivalent of a football field. And what the consultants clearly identified is that 22 kilometres is not what the mountain biking community would most likely want. It would probably be at least 80 kilometres. So that is over 4 football fields of clearing in an environmentally sensitive area. This motion is about giving a commitment to providing a dedicated mountain biking facility. And clearly that offer to work with the community to provide that facility is being rejected by that community. It is clear that I'll lose the vote, and I think that needs to be a real signal to our community. You know, COS in particular was established 36 years ago through the vision and commitment of many people. Some of them were giants in our community and left a significant legacy, and all of them, I think, had a greater vision than perhaps we are going to be demonstrating tonight. It is through their efforts over 36 years and the commitment of the former Gosford Council that the COS lands have been protected. Gosford Council showed courage and vision to obtain a commitment for an E5 zone, even though the state government didn't deliver it. They put in place funding mechanisms and they withstood the pressure to erode our COS lands. It is deeply disturbing to many people and should be an alarm bell to our community that under this amalgamated council, our COS lands, their environmental values and integrity are under threat. And I think that's what we'll see tonight. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Greenaway, did you want to speak as seconder? Sorry, I'll just get your microphone. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Being from the former Wyong Shire, I'm not as familiar with the COS lands and their history and their importance and significance to the community in the Gosford area. I do know that they are really very much valued by many people in the community. And I do think that death by 1,000 cuts is something that we might be about to witness. I'm in support of mountain bike riding. I actually had a bit of a go on the fire trails in Arimba State Forest, and it is a fantastic sport. I'm not going to be doing all these little narrow tracks and jumps and things, heaven forbid, but you know, it is exhilarating flying through the bush and going down the trails. There's no two ways about it. I just think when you've had a community trying to have environmentally sensitive lands acquired over the course of decades, and then to just have people go in there, it's just, to me, it's just a sad moment. So we might be able to be about to witness that. I hope not. I hope a few people will see the value in protecting these lands and opening up or improving other trails. Certainly we welcome the bike riders in our community. I'm sure they do bring in tourism dollars, and they do appreciate the bush as well, but there are limits to what the bush can tolerate, and some of these areas are already compromised by development nearby, things like that. So anyway, we'll put it to the vote, but I do hope that some people will vote for this motion. Thank you. Oh, and Madam Mayor, could I just point out before we go on to the next matter, I just wanted to address the council over a tiny little matter.
All right, thank you. Councillor Best, did you have an amendment on this one? Was that you? Councillor Best. Sorry, just trying to get your microphone sorted.
Oh, you got
Thank
me.
you. Yep.
The chat panel lays over the top of them, so you got to get rid of the two. The staff have got a motion that I've crafted with the mountain bike community. So it's there 1 to 7. Sonia, I'll give you a moment to digest it. Simply in 1, it recognises Mr. Harris's contribution and taking this to Parliament, and we thank him for that. We ask for action in 2. In 3, we recognise the significant use and tourism and health benefits. In 4, we recognise national parks and state are already doing much of this on their own lands. 5, where we're looking to formalise interface with the bike community and actually action some things to happen. And in 6, we look at a premier location in Derby, Tasmania, which is a great model we could consider learning from. And then in 7, we could consider, when the staff report, as to where we go from there with forming an ongoing subcommittee, one that can stand the test of actually constructing tracks and working with council and the community over many years to come, hopefully. And that's it, pretty well down the line. If there's any questions around that, I will speak to it, but I've just given you a brief explanatory note because it's new to you all. But it is in consultation with the mountain bike community.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Let's see if you've got a seconder. Seconded, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Best, did you want to speak to that?
Well, look, it's as I've just dot pointed. Thank you for indulging me to give the dot points because it is new to most and to all in the room. I've not circulated it at all. I only gave it to staff late this afternoon. But look, Mr. Harris has stepped in, and to his credit, that's excellent. But he is asking for engaging in meaningful consultation, and I think that's good, and we need to do that. But I do think we need to go a step further, and I think there are expectations from the mountain bike community that are watching tonight to move beyond meaningful consultation and actually put on the table that we are behind their organisation and their sport, like we're behind netball and we're behind soccer and we're behind football and surf lifesaving. You know, this is on the same level as those organisations that we put millions and millions of dollars into. We provide enormous asset bases, and it's part of our community fibre, all those organisations I just mentioned, and this group is no different. I mean, 50,000 people a year go to the Arimba facility alone. We're right between Newcastle and Sydney. We're on top of mass population centres. You know, if this is not a tourism, lay down for us, I don't know what is. Awfully healthy stuff. I've got a mountain bike, but I can't say I ride it real well down hills like that. Well, it's worse up hills actually for me, but I still dangerous on downhills. I think looking at Derby in Tasmania is a good model, and that was suggested to me by the mountain bike community. That's a real standout example of really good business model, a great eco parking exercise. So the environment is very much foremost in their thinking, but it's also great around tourism councillors. And heaven knows we need the jobs. We need that tourism dollar. And I'll go into the last bit where we get a report from staff around how the Derby initiative looks. We get some input from others, and then we look at developing a steering committee that will, I think, stand the test, because this is not something that, if we do actually take this seriously, it's like setting up a steering committee to formulate a surf life-saving initiative on the coast. I mean, it's going on forever, and it will. The same with all the other big community organisations. I think given the right opportunity here, councillors, and some of the scenic locations we've got, and also too, you're going to have the pony clubs chime into this, the walking groups, the bird watching walking groups. There's so many groups that want to actually get in to our beautiful environment and enjoy it close up. And there is this stereotype view that, they're going to trash it and the ponies are going to wreck it and all that. I mean, some people have views and they go and put, nail spikes on trails. This is thinking that's out there, and we've got to dispel that thinking and understand that these people are responsible individuals and they do care about the coast. We don't have to lecture to them when it comes to the environment. They actually get it. They're the new generation coming through most of the time, and we can learn from them. So let's talk to them and let's form something.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor McLaughlin, did you want to speak as seconder?
Yes, I'll speak. Thank you. I actually took the liberty of actually driving out to the Yimba State Forest on Sunday, and I was actually amazed at the amount of users out there on the bikes and that. And I hadn't been there before. I don't ride a mountain bike and that sort of thing. But yeah, I think as a region, we've got an opportunity to tap into something here, and other guys have already got the jump on us. Dungog apparently has come alive on the weekends with their Dungog Common, and so I think instead of trying to isolate it from the bushland, we need to manage it. I mean, I do agree that trail biking and horse riding and the walkers perhaps has to be separated. But if you talk about clearing some football fields, every football field that we've got on the whole coast originally had some vegetation on it. So we have to make some decision of what we're going to do for our sport. And I think you can't actually say the COS is just only for a certain user group. My understanding with COS was the original strategy recognised that cycling and horse riding were user groups that would actually use that bushland. So you've put together a great strategy. You've acquired a lot of land now. I think is it 2,500 acres or hectares in the COS now. So there is room for all these user groups, and I do think it has to be managed. So I would actually say let's expand on it. Let's let people get out there and use our bushland, but appropriately and managing it. And let's look at Glenrock and those mountain bike parks that have been developed. And I don't think you go there and say they're an ecological disaster. They're well managed. The trails are managed, and people are using it. And that's what it's all about. There's no point having all this bushland locked up for a small group of bushwalkers to go along and say that's our COS land, and no one else can use it. And it has to be shared. It's been shared by the whole community. And you've got a large community group here that actively want to get out and use it. So I think it's good to see David Harris's support, but I think we as a council need to go a lot further and actually say this is what we're going to do, and we're not going to just isolate you to one site on the coast and then exclude you from our environmental lands. What's the point of having a mountain bike if you can't ride it down a mountain? It's as simple as that. Where else are they going to ride it? So I think I support this motion, and I think we should all look at Derby and all the other places that are actually going forward with this ecotourism and see what we can do as a coast. I think this is just, as I say, they don't like using the word no-brainer, but it is a no-brainer. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Holstein, were you wanting to speak?
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Holstein.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll make comments on both the motion and the amendment up by Councillor Best and that. I didn't support the original motion. I believed it was premature in light of what's currently out there and the studies coming back to us. And I think that any motion along the lines of what was originally put up would circumvent some of the aspects. And I am a big supporter of the COS and have been for many years. But the COS with appropriate usage will give a greater appreciation of many people about our environment. They can work together. It just needs to be done. We're having this discussion early because we haven't got the study results back. We haven't then gone out for public consultation. The amendment, again, I get blamed for putting up motions that say, look at me and brownie points. There's a few of them on here too, so congratulations, maybe, but you were well ahead of the game there. I don't disagree with anything on the amendment, but again, it's got to be said that we've got to receive the report, got to have those discussions, and what well may come from that, I don't know whether it'll be a key stakeholder group or whether it will be a policy that addresses the issues without having to have another committee meeting that Holstein can then put a tick up for something. The original motion, I think, was preemptive, premature. The amendment, again, you take the brownie points out of it, then it gets to the point. I would just ask whether Councillor Best would accept on there what the staff had made original comments is, and that is in regard to just clarifying that Council will complete the mountain bike study to allow for the recommendations of the feasibility study discussion paper and subsequent community engagement report to be considered. And that is in your officer's response back. It was part 1. And I think, well, part 2 is actually taken in Councillor's Best part 7. So the staff's recommendation from the additional report said that council complete the mountain bike feasibility study to allow for the recommendations of the mountain bike facility study discussion paper and subsequent community engagement report to be considered. And I think that's what a lot of our people want to see too, that the work that's been put in there is going to be considered. Do I need to repeat that for the staff? It was part of the officer's recommendation in the report. Okay, Sonia advises me she's getting it out now, but it's only part 1 of that be added. And would Councillor Best and McLaughlin accept that as an addition as well, please?
I think that's a yes. So
Thank you.
think that, don't know whether that wording's been captured.
It's coming, Madam
speak.
Mayor.
Have we got that sorted? Councillor Holstein, what was the wording and where are you suggesting that it be inserted? So it was the recommendation from the staff, wasn't it?
It
was in the report.
And the recommendation reads that council complete the mountain bike feasibility study. I don't know if the staff are.
Yep, the staff are sorting that out. Yep.
Yeah, okay. But it's part 1 because part 2 of that recommendation, I believe somewhat been addressed in part 7.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor McGregor, I think you want to speak on this. So I'll just unmute you. Oh, sorry. There you go, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Look, this is a vexing issue. I think you'll find that across the board, there is support for the sport. It's about whether it's done in appropriate areas and whether it's done in appropriate ways. A couple of things that should be mentioned is that well over 12 months ago, representatives from the mountain biking community actually wanted to meet with councillors. And I know that I met with them and 2 or 3 other people did, but they told me that they had a lot of trouble getting in touch with people because no one really wanted to meet with them then, when we should have been meeting with them and getting onto this before it's been turned into a big wedge and a big political issue and a big political pile-on to someone who's unworthy of having to suffer through that. Now, the staff have also spent significant time and resources on developing the mountain bike feasibility study, and then at the last minute you have people piling on and trying to put their own 2 cents in about it. So I find that very disappointing, and the way that this has been approached, rather than genuinely trying to build consensus, support the industry and support the local economy and regional tourism, it's been used as a political wedge, which I think is quite immature and quite disappointing. I do share the concerns that were raised by the Deputy Mayor about the impact on COS, and I think that's going to be an emerging issue, and I think that that's really the long-term consideration that needs to be made here. What is actually the future of the COS lands and how they're utilised, and if that's an appropriate utilisation of them through this. Now, in regards to supporting the mountain biking community, to support building up the regional tourist opportunities, I think there's a lot to offer there, and I think that part of how we go forward with that is actually having plans of management, having the feasibilities done, and then actually working on how we can do it properly. The other thing which I find a bit strange is that there seems to be this great opposition to having a dedicated facility for it. Well, I think it's actually really important that we do have dedicated regional sporting facilities that cater to different user groups, and I would see that as an opportunity. So that's something that hopefully doesn't get lost in the mix. Whatever the final mix is, it has to be based on consensus and based on what's the most appropriate use for the land. So when it comes to voting on this, I don't know where we're going to land, because every second person seems to be typing in they've got an amendment on the chat and everyone has different views on it. But I just wanted to put it out there that this is actually a much more complicated issue than what people are making it as. I am quite disappointed in the way that it's been used as a political wedge and a political tool, and I'm quite concerned about the long-term impacts for this. I want to make sure that we're supporting the industry and looking at the opportunities and doing it properly, without just making these ad hoc decisions based on political point scoring against individual people on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Let me just see who else I've got. Councillor Sundstrom, are you wanting to speak on this? Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I speak, I'm going to sit down, but I rise to speak against this amendment we have in front of us at the moment. Unfortunately, while there is some goodwill in parts, and I take on board Councillor Holstein's addition number 8 to go ahead and let the feasibility study drive what happens, you know, to use a phrase which is appropriate, down the track. The sad thing is that I think that both this motion and the notice of motion that originally went up are not what the community want. The community are quite happy to have a look at the feasibility study, and if any of the councillors that are in this meeting are looking at their emails that they're getting from the community, they'll see that that is the intent of the community, to listen to the experts, to allow the staff to go through the process that was laid out in front of them. We've had a situation on the coast here for decades now where mountain bike enthusiasts have been increasing in number and using more space, and they've been trying for a long time to get something that's formalised and sanctified by the council. They haven't been able to do that, and they see this feasibility study as their pathway to that goal. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, your motion, I think it was unintended, but it sent a message that was both unwelcome and probably inappropriate at this time. I think this motion that we're looking at the moment from Councillors Best and McLaughlin does the same thing. While point 8 looks at the conclusion of the study and going ahead from there, it still has points that call for action now. So I'll declare now that I've got an amendment. Should this motion get up, I'll be putting up an amendment when we start debating this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillors, I do just note that we have just exceeded our 10:30, so we will continue debating this, but I did just want a procedural to extend our time tonight. I would suggest we've just got a couple more items, so could I get a motion to extend till 11 p.m? Move Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Sundstrom. All in favour, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Opposed, Councillor Gale. So I will just read out that vote. Sorry, all in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Mertens, Marquette, Holstein, Hogan, Pillen, McLaughlin, Vincent, Best, Greenaway, McGregor, Burke, Sundstrom. Those opposed? Councillor Gale, that's carried. So we are extending the meeting. I think I was on to Councillor Hogan. Were you speaking on this item, Councillor Hogan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm speaking to oppose this motion. I find it very similar to yours, Deputy Mayor. And although number 1 seeks to, do a little bit of backslapping with our MP David Harris has done some really good work around this. I don't think the intent's there to actually consult with the mountain bike community, and certainly not take into account what they want, which is actually wait for the feasibility study to come out and then regroup, make comment, and look at some strategic ways where the mountain biking community can do what they love best, which is their sport. I believe Councillor Sundstrom has got an amendment, which then I'll be seconding that amendment and I'll speak to it then. But as this amendment states at the moment, I'm not seeing anything in there that's very much different to James, Councillor James' first notice of motion, which I didn't support. And I do agree with what Councillor Sundstrom said. It's driven a wedge between environmentalists and sporting enthusiasts, and I think we need to bring those two together with some very sensible conversations about each other's needs. I don't think either of them are out to destroy the environment, and I think that people can work and live and play together within the bush. So yes, I oppose this amendment, and I see this as a really good political stunt, and it's really clever. It's very clever. Councillor Best does this really well every single meeting with every single notice of motion. Had he spoken to a lot of the BMX, he would have found that there is a lot more examples of mountain bike areas where this sport is being played out. Besides Tasmania's Derby, we've got right on our doorstep at Coffs Harbour and Tathra and Canberra and Orange and Threadbroke. Interesting, we went all the way to Tasmania, but there are some really, really good sporting facilities out there. So let's get on with it. Let's see what Councillor Sundstrom has for his amendment, and I will second that one and speak to that motion. Thank you.
Hogan. Councillor Marquette, you had a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to, in regards to point one, I'm supportive of this amendment in general, but I have not seen exactly what was said in regards to point one. So I was hoping the author could let me know what support did Mr. Harris give to this, because I'd like to think if it was meaningful support, then my Labor colleagues would be looking to support this amendment. So what was said? What was said is my question. What did Mr. David Harris say to support this, and what is in his motion?
Councillor Best, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Marquette, for your question. Yeah, I can help you with that. Mr. Harris put out a release during the week. Not everybody might have seen it, but David was outlining at the next sitting meeting. I've got it on my phone now. I'll just appraise it so we don't go all night. He will move in the House. Note that the potential economic health and benefit of adventure biking. He recognises the Central Coast and its proximity, both Newcastle and Sydney, is ideal. Good infrastructure and good opportunities for tourism. He goes on to say he also calls on the Central Coast Council to engage in meaningful consultation, and that's why I've put meaningful consultation in the motion along on the back of David's comments, to explore Central Coast mountain bike community, to explore the potential benefits of the community. I have had parliamentary discussions with the Mayor, and she recognised that this is a great opportunity for Council. Also, Madam Mayor, the question in speaking to Leif Arnbach, who is the Central Coast Mountain Bike Alliance, I think, president, it was he who actually told me to put in the motion the Derby initiative. As you said, it was a shining light that would be a good example. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Are there any others? Councillor Gale, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is through you, please, to Director of Connected Communities, Julie Vaughan. Can we get Ms. Vaughan up?
Yep.
There she is. Can you refresh my memory, please, Director Vaughan, what we have on our board as you're coming into the Central Coast? A little adventure or something like that?
Through you, Deputy Chair, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Gale, Have a Little Adventure is one of our campaigns that we've used from a tourism perspective. So,
brilliant. Thank you, Director Vaughan. A question through you, Deputy Mayor, please, through to the mover of the motion, Councillor Best. Councillor Best, can you let me know whether or not the mountain biking and horse riding enthusiasts have the ability to identify cosland that's suitable for their little adventure? Is that within your motion here, that they have the opportunity to identify that particular cosland that they think would be useful for their adventure?
Sorry, Councillor Best.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Gale, thank you. Look, I don't think I'd be in a position to answer on behalf of the Central Coast Mountain Bike Alliance. However, I have met with them numerous times over the last 12 months. I've sat down over cups of coffee with them, a great group of guys and girls. But I think, to try and answer your question, it's covered in us actually activating, doing something instead of just talking. They want action. This generation wants action. They don't want to form a committee, this lot, to their credit. And in 5, it might help you that it is with this understanding that Council now gives comfort and certainty to the thousands of mountain bike users, with Council now formally supporting the implementation of sustainable and environmentally responsible paths being installed across the Council-owned controlled areas, with the exclusions of wetlands and, of course, beaches. That kind of models up where we're prepared to go. And then down in 7 and off the back of 8, which I thought was covered in 7, but Chris has qualified it, but I certainly wanted that report to come into 7, that we would then craft out of a subcommittee what lands are appropriate. What does our society think is acceptable? I mean, there are the people that think nothing, and some people think all of it. Well, obviously somewhere in the middle is acceptable, and we need to work with those stakeholders in a really genuine environment. And I'm trying to do that in 7.
Thank
and
you, Councillor Best. I
on the
think
back
you've
of Chris's
answered the
8.
question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gale.
So, councillors, we have reached some time on this, so I am going to put the amendment moved by Councillor Best, seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. All in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Marquette. Sorry, I might just do that again, councillors, if you could raise your hand and I'll just get the count. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Marquette, Councillor Best, Councillor Burke, Councillor Gale. Those opposed? Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith. So that is a tie. So I'll use my casting vote to vote down the amendment. Councillor Sundstrom, I think you foreshadowed another amendment. Before you do that, we have reached 30 minutes on this item. So again, I'll just take a procedural to extend the time on this item, perhaps initially by 15 minutes. Move Councillor Sundstrom, seconded Councillor Greenaway. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Mertens, Holstein, Greenaway, McGregor, Sundstrom. Sorry, just hands up again, please, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those opposed? Councillor Marquette, Pillen, McLaughlin, Best, Gale and Burke. So that extension of time is carried. Councillor Sundstrom, what's your amendment? Looks like is it up on the screen?
Yes, I've unmuted myself. Yes, I'll just give the jolly bunch we have here a couple of minutes to absorb what's on the screen, if you like. It's basically allowing the feasibility study to reach its endpoint. It's looking at setting up a reasonable working group to move forward, and it acknowledges that there's more community consultation that will need to be carried out.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. I think Councillor Hogan was seconding that. Councillor Sundstrom, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, I will. the Central Coast is blessed with some of the best open space for recreation in this country. Now, COS land are a special feature that are worthy of protection, in line with the agreed uses as stated in the policy. Here on the coast, we have space for the active pursuits that are recognised to protect and promote good physical and mental health, and there's never been a more important time for such activity. These open spaces also provide places for passive enjoyment of a wonderful environment with a diversity of flora, fauna and geographical attributes, as they say, from the mountain to the sea. Interesting to note that a lot of the councillors have spoken about COS land and people, but COS land isn't just about people. COS land's about the environment. COS land's about all the creatures that inhabit that space. Mountain bike riding is enjoyed by thousands of our residents across the LGA, and it's a sport that's not going away. Staff have already identified that it's a matter that warrants close investigation. If it's to be done sustainably, it will require a level of regulation. Sorry, excuse me, I'm just having a bit of a technical difficulty with my connection here. Okay, the accessing of our recreation areas by many thousands of residents and visitors alike is one of the best aspects of our region. This is why we have a feasibility study in train already. The community survey undertaken as part of the mountain bike feasibility study received over 1,900 responses. And I don't have any insight into what has been put into that by the community, but I'm expecting that the community are going to look for protection of the environment. This is important to environmentally minded and to the mountain bike enthusiasts. And the fact is that there's a wide overlap between what some folks would portray as two distinct groups. So if you're looking for continued access to the areas of open space in our region for all users, for the many uses that we know exist, formalised trails should be provided for mountain bikes in suitable areas across the LGA. I think that the feasibility study will also show that there's an appreciation that after many years of inaction by the former Gosford and Wyong Council, that there's a serious attempt to address this issue whilst being inclusive of all the interested parties. The need to protect our open spaces from ill-advised, illegal, ad hoc trail constructions in the area across the LGA is also something I think will come out of the feasibility study. It's worth noting that the very same issues that we need to address as a council are being faced by the state government in relation to mountain bike in the national parks. We've seen a very disturbing development in Booty National Park, and for fear of a copycat activity, I won't go any further on that topic. It's my hope that we'll arrive at a point where there's a consensus and we're able to provide suitable formalised trails in the appropriate areas, and that the practice of informal, destructive, ad hoc trails construction ceases. I further hope that the outcomes that we achieve here serve as a model for the state government to follow. I thank the CEO and the staff for the detailed report that we see in tonight's business paper, and I thank them for their sensible and sensitive recommendations. I call on my councillor colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Hogan, did you want to speak as seconder?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this alternative motion and feel very strongly about people and the environment, that we can live and play together if we're respectful of each other's needs, are willing to compromise, and we've seen a lot of that in the chamber tonight, which is fantastic, and are willing to listen, understand the mountain biking community. Since my time in council, I've learned a lot about COS lands, and mainly through you, Deputy Mayor, and also through Councillor Greenaway. And through that learning, I've supported the significant tree registry, and also the changing to the tree policy. So there've been several positions posed of late, and sadly, this is what's come about. But in all of it, it's getting a lot of traction, so to speak. So we've heard the bikers destroy the land, the environment groups are trying to get rid of bikes, and one of the many solutions is to use the old Gosford tip as a mountain bike facility. The notion that an old tip be used as a place to ride and race just shows the lack of understanding of mountain biking as a sport. By definition, is riding a bike through natural bushland. This is not something that can be recreated artificially. Having said that, I fully support the work of the staff. The aim of the study is to identify the role that council's nature reserves may play to protect areas of high conservation and heritage value, minimising the key drivers to the building of unauthorised trails, maximising the safe use of the trails. Council has placed significant resources into the mountain bike feasibility study and advised in the mountain biking communities that they will not work with or provide advice to a working group that seeks to remove them from the natural areas. So mountain biking only occurs in environmental lands. Central Coast needs a comprehensive mountain bike plan of management to capture the great opportunities this sport presents. It reduces dumping and vandalism, is a sustainable sport, a conservation driver, a fierce protector of bushland. They build community, opportunity to explore other uses of natural space. And I know I've only got 27 seconds to go, but I want to take some words from Ellie. She's 14 years old and goes to Kincumber High School. She says, I have recently started mountain biking. I would like to follow a career in the sport, but there are no dedicated trail facilities on the coast for me to improve my skills and learn to ride better. My friends have also started riding and they feel the same way too. We watch mountain bike events on Red Bull TV and hope that one day we can participate in a world-class event on the coast representing Australia. We need to give Ellie and her friends the opportunity to live her dreams in this sport. I therefore support the recommendation put forward by Councillor Sundstrom and move forward with the feasibility study with the view to provide dedicated mountain bike facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Councillors, we are fast approaching time, so I am going to, I know there are a number of questions and that, but I am going to limit the debate. Just, you know, we've spent, I think, almost 45 minutes on this. So I've had 2 speakers for. Did I have 2 speakers against the amendment? Were there any speakers against? So I'll go Councillor Best and Councillor Marquette, and then I'll be putting the amendment. Councillor Best.
Could I ask a quick question of, I'll use it in a quick question if I can.
Councillor Best, what's your question?
And that is, and I may support, would your amendment motion, would you accept that the bike riding community can use the COS lands? Just a yes or no.
Councillor Sundstrom.
My expectation that the feasibility study will be making recommendations about Kincumber Mountain and other areas, and I don't want to preempt the findings of the feasibility study. That's one of the reasons why I didn't support your amendment previously. So we need to allow the experts and the people that our staff have been consulting with to give us guidance.
Okay, I've got the answer. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak to it.
On what are suitable locations for.
Thank you. I've got the answer.
Councillor Best.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you,
so, Madam Mayor,
Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Best, don't talk over the chair. Councillor Best, if you'd like to proceed.
I'm trying. So where we're up to is like, you know, whenever we want to de-amalgamate or something like that, councillors all have an opinion, but now we don't have an opinion. And that's code for COS lands are being ruled out. I can read the tea leaves in this motion. Some of the movers' comments made it quite clear to me that COS lands did not figure in this amendment, in my view, and I'm entitled to that view.
Councillor Best, you need to speak to them.
I am speaking to the amendment, and in my view, in this amendment, it does not leave space for COS. In the original motion that was voted down, all lands were available except beaches and wetlands. What we've got here is people playing with matters inch by inch. The community sitting out there at what hour of the night is it now? 11 o'clock. The mountain bike community are watching us bang on for 45 minutes when what you had on the page was a real good starting point, to go forward, thank Mr. Harris, and start getting some serious runs on the board with some undertaking. And this amendment, which will get the numbers, because that's all that works in this room is just political numbers, what are we going to do here? We're going to wait for the findings, which we were going to do in the previous amendment, but we're not telling the mountain bike people we are going to put this on our land, and we're going to put paths in, and we're going to do it like some other locations of Derby or, you know, Coffs Harbour or wherever, but we're going to do it. This doesn't say we're doing this. It says we're going to continue to talk. And this council's got a real good track record. If you look at the airport and you look at a whole range of other issues that we just seem to be able to chat about forever, like Womberall Beach tonight.
Councillor Best, if you can talk to the motion.
I am exactly
okay, well,
speaking to the motion around the realities of this council's ability to actually talk about things. So what we've got sitting here is nice motherhood statements, but it doesn't do much except consult, wait. It doesn't give the people tonight at 11 o'clock some comfort that this council is genuinely behind them. That's what it doesn't do.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Marquette, did you you wanted to speak against the amendment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. You can use it as my time, but just a quick question or asking the author as well. Would Councillor Sundstrom consider in his point there where he talks about the working group in 3, would he take on board some of Councillor Best's point 7 from the failed amendment, in where, yes, we're going to take the someone from the business group, but we're also going to limit in that group. We're going to limit the fact that only one person from any organisation and subgroups can be on that working group. Because no disrespect to you, Deputy Mayor, but what's happened before is we've got 10 people on the group. There'll be one business person and 9 people from CEN or subgroups. So we all know what'll happen there. There won't be 3 foot of path in COS. And so if we are going to do this, and Councillor Sundstrom, if you're serious about this, would you consider putting that in your point there? Councillor Best, point 7.
Councillor Sundstrom, did you want to make any changes?
Yeah, thanks for your suggestion, Councillor Marquette. But I think you'll find that in point 3, where it says that any working group includes business representation to leverage the economic and job outcomes of the comprehensive strategy, that covers off, I think, some of the people that you'd like to see included. And then if you go ahead and look at 5, the council give consideration to options for engaging key stakeholders in the planning and development of mountain bike facilities and opportunities across the centre.
So the answer is no, because it's just my time's ticking. Is the answer no?
I'm trying to explain to you how what you're asking for is covered off already.
No, that's all right. Well, we'll move on. So the answer is no. So I'll speak against it, please, Deputy Mayor, if I could. If I could just speak against it, then thank you, Councillor Sundstrom, for answering the question. That's fine. So I will speak against this, because just like was articulated a second ago, we won't put COS in here for a reason, because there's no intention of any COS land being used for mountain bikes. We also won't put in there that it's going to be a fair committee or working group, because there's no intention of such a thing. We'll get one person from the business community, one from the mountain bike community, and 57 CEN group members. And what will happen is there won't be 1 foot of mountain bike infrastructure within COS lands, which is the intention of this motherhood statement, as was stated before. So I would like to put on the record, young Ellie from Kincumber High School, be terrified, because your career in mountain biking is going nowhere because of Councillor Sundstrom and Councillor Hogan's weak, pathetic amendment. I'm sorry, young Ellie.
Thank you, Councillor Marquette. Councillor Sundstrom, I am going to put the vote on the amendment. All in favour of Councillor Sundstrom's amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Sundstrom. Those opposed? Councillor Marquette, Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Burke. So that amendment, sorry, I'm an abstention. So that amendment is carried. The amendment becomes the motion. Before I put the vote, as the mover of the original motion, I will just make some comments before I do that. I do just want to respond to that, and I do understand the range of views. But again, I will say that environmentally sensitive lands need protection for their environmental values. it's not a case of everywhere needs to be accessible to everybody. COS in particular is COS because of its unique environmental values, and they do need to be protected. In terms of some of the other examples that have been listed, Derby in Tasmania is an outstanding example of a mountain biking success in a dying town that was losing its population, that had no industry. And so it was really valuable for that community. That is not the Central Coast. In terms of Dungog, I haven't looked at the facility there. It's a dedicated mountain biking facility. Having grown up in the Hunter, my expectation, and just looking from Google Earth, is that the Dungog facility is not a natural bushland environment. It looks to be a modified environment. It does have trees, but it doesn't look to have a lot of understory. I could be wrong, but so it's a modified and dedicated mountain biking facility. There was a mention of Glenrock. About 2 weeks ago, National Parks had to go in and remove illegal mountain biking trails, and there is now a move to try and get Lake Macquarie to construct a dedicated mountain biking facility so that that ongoing destruction does not happen. So it is disappointing that councillors don't see their responsibilities as protecting the environment equally as important as providing recreation facilities. In terms of Mr. Harris's motion, I will acknowledge that that is incredibly disappointing. However, not surprising that the two major parties have joined together on a race to the bottom in terms of environmental protection. We know that beside the current COVID crisis, the other crisis we have is biodiversity loss. Every decision we make is either part of the solution or part of the problem. And we know at a federal and state level, our governments are failing us in that regard. Sadly, state Labor doesn't have a strong record on that, so it's not surprising to see them join forces in that. Although I respect the individual MPs, unfortunately, there's no real difference between their environmental policies. They both oversee the decline. Thank you, councillors. I'll put the motion, which was Councillor Sundstrom's amendment. All in favour, please raise your hand.
Do I get to, sorry, Madam Mayor, do I get to speak?
No, you don't. I actually got to close debate as the mover of the original motion, Councillor Sundstrom. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Mertens, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Councillor Marquette, Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Burke, and I will abstain. So that's carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to the next item, and it is just gone 11, so we do need a further motion to extend or defer the remaining matters. So we have two. I've just been advised you have a procedural, is that correct? Yes, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Look, I'll move a procedural motion that the balance of the business paper be carried over to the next meeting. I think we've seen from some of the debates tonight that we've achieved as much as we can, and it'd be better to come back to these issues with a clear mind and clear perspective. Thank you.
Let me just clarify with staff if that presents any problems. Hold on. Sorry, Councillor McGregor, I just did want to consult with the staff. We have got, sorry, and I've forgotten the gentleman's name, but from Morrison Lowe, actually has been waiting to be available for the confidential item. So
that poor man.
So what I would suggest is that we do proceed with the confidential item, if that's okay with the councillors. Councillor Greenaway, I don't know if you're willing to defer your Broadwater Hotel item to the next meeting. Would that be acceptable to you, or did you want it on the agenda for tonight for a particular reason?
I'm happy to defer that.
Okay.
Or I'm
So
prepared to defer that, rather.
So, Councillor McGregor, are you happy to move a procedural that we consider the confidential item but defer the Broadwater item 5.6 to the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that out of respect for the consultant who's been waiting for hours on end to
Okay,
address
thank
the
you.
item.
I'll just check if you have a second. A second to Councillor Holstein. All in favour of that procedural, please raise your hand. Councillor Greenaway, I'm hoping your hand is up. You're just pretending. No, it's not. Okay, so I'll just call out the vote then. Please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Mertens, Marquette, Holstein, Hogan, Pillen, McLaughlin, Vincent, Burke, McGregor and Sundstrom. Those opposed? Councillor Greenaway, that is carried. Councillors, that means I will take a motion to move into confidential to consider item 6.1, I think it is. Could I take a motion to move into confidential, please? Move Councillor Holstein, seconded Councillor Burke. All in favour, please. Raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Mertens, Holstein, Hogan, Vincent, Burke, McGregor and Sundstrom. Those opposed? Councillor Marquette, Pillen, Greenaway and McLaughlin. That's carried. So we will now move into confidential. So I'll just give the staff a minute to arrange that logistically and then we'll proceed with that item. So it looks like you will be getting a box on your screen to ask you to join the confidential session if you could, please. Thank you, councillors. I think we're back in the live stream of the meeting, so we'll just ask the CEO to read out the resolution of council on item 6.1, Central Coast Airport Review Phase 2 final report. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In confidential session, Council resolved as follows. 1, that Council notes the finding and recommendation of the Airport Review Phase 2 final report. 2, that Council refers the Airport Review Phase 2 final report to the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee for their consideration, with a further report to come back to Council, by which time the redacted report should be available. 3, that Council resolve pursuant to Section 11.3 of the Local Government Act 1993 that Attachment 1 remain confidential in accordance with Section 10A(2)(a) of the Local Government Act, as it contains information pertaining to personnel matters concerning particular individuals other than councillors. 4, that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to consider a proactive release of documents on the Council website, an appropriately redacted version of Attachment 1 in accordance with the Government Information Public Access Act 2009.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Councillors, I note that we have deferred item 5.6, the notice of motion on the Broadwater Hotel. So on that basis, I will now thank you for your attendance, apologise for the lateness of the night, and officially close the meeting. Thank you, Councillor.